The buffalo see the storm, and their innate ability to run towards it is a learned behavior because they've realized over time that running towards the storm, into the clouds, into the torrential downpour, actually lessens the time that they will be within the hardest part of that experience. The cattle are trained to do the exact opposite. They actually run away, which seems natural in the response, to run away from something that is torrential or tormenting. In fact, by doing so, they actually remain in the midst of the storm and the rain and the downpour for a much longer period of time. And so our challenges are similar, and I would charge and challenge us to continue looking at these challenges that we face in the way that buffalo do as we work ourselves toward the storm, to be in it for less of a period of time than the cattle. So with that, to our fellow buffalo, all leaders in executive cabinet, I will ask us to begin our presentation to our board regarding our boundary process and our implementation and results. Dean?
Good evening, President Daniels, Vice President Bedinger, and members of the board. The teaching and learning community has embraced the proposed boundary changes, recognizing the shifts and reprioritized projects to execute for a fall opening. We have identified the major needs in the following 6 areas. So if you want to follow along on the slide, I'll just kind of go through each of our areas. For our 4 core subject areas, we will need to shift our adoption schedule to prioritize a couple of subject areas and update our instructional frameworks and course sequences accordingly. For music, health, and PE, we'll have the opportunity to redesign the program for middle school, and we will also need to update our itinerant schedules to match the proposed shifts, which is currently an annual process, which includes looking at enrollment shifts, opening new schools, and reviewing our current course offerings. Our dual language program has identified impacted students in schools and is working with transportation to identify the needs to allow students to continue their commitment to the DL program moving into the fall. Our HiCap program would adjust the screening schedule and would need to develop a new curriculum for 6th grade HiCap ELA. In our inclusive ed program, we will continue our work with aligning our continuum of service. This has been a multi-year project, and we're continuing to do that work and have identified the immediate programmatic needs for the proposed new schools. We are continuing to unpack the full scope of the capacity of programs at each of our sites. Please note each of these items are high level, and the development of a detailed project plan is beginning. The items under technical needs are included in our current planning process.
Thank you, Zadell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Members of the board, President Daniels, Dr. Watts, Ms. Howley, thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to just cover a few of the school operations and academic support communities areas, 3 areas, as you can see: transportation, facilities, and student family support services. The first of which is transportation. Our transportation team has determined preliminarily that the proposed resident student boundaries will result in approximately 30 to 31 additional runs. That creates a need for an addition of 2 bus routes. Those are routes that we typically do when we do increase. Total approximate costs for those routes is roughly $300,000 in operating expenses. In addition, as we look at the bus versus walking impacts, our transportation team determined, again preliminarily, that there is a net increase of roughly 960 newly eligible bus riders. Several areas that once walked to a school will now be eligible for transportation to their new residence schools. And as part of the transportation team's analysis, the busing procedures for determining program transportation will stay in place for the high cap and inclusive education programs. The reason for this is essentially Justin and his team kept the same capacity in terms of buses with our current bus fleet to accommodate those programs. Moving into our facilities, I'm going to start with the new middle school. As you recall, we did make some renovations to it when KMVA joined the KPA building. And so that current building is ready for middle school students to occupy today. The exception would be the purchasing of some secondary school size furniture in the rooms that were, as you know, modified for primary. In addition, the items can be purchased and could be ready to be installed in roughly 10 weeks. That's about the time that we take now for ordering and installing. There'll be some minor repairs, of course, and a few new levee projects that we already had planned that we will complete throughout the 2021-2022 school year. And then the remaining levee projects, of course, will be done as planned and accordingly to the current schedule. Moving to our portable utilization and status, the current inventory will accommodate our boundary and pathway revisions, as well as moving 6th grade to the middle school when approved. If there is a need for movement, and by the way, we know that when a preliminary staffing and projections come out, which is typical with what we do. With portables from one school location to another, we can do that. This can be done, within our standard process and time frame. Again, it's permits that need to be requested, and then typically that process takes about 3 to 5 months. Moving into our student and family support services related to student transfers. The ability for parents and guardians to request transfers to a boundary school, a non-boundary school, is an occurrence that happens each year. And we use our current policies and procedures for that. This process is advertised through various methods, including website, different communications, posters, if it's in person, and in our top languages as well. We anticipate that this process to take place in the spring, as per usual, and all families who have been impacted by a boundary change will have been informed and have that opportunity to apply through that transfer request process. As it relates to policy and procedure and alignment, a committee now made up of principals in the leadership of Randy Haith, Executive Director, Student Family Support Services, and other district staff have been reviewing our current procedures that govern student transfers. The committee will be making recommendations to superintendent on any revisions that may be necessary. And the committee's goal is to make sure that the process is clear, equitable, and aligns with any other applicable policies or procedures that we have. Communication and registration from Student Family Support Services typically starts in February for parents that are new to our school district. This includes those that have newly incoming kindergartners, and they can use our pre-enrollment process to provide contact information for registration and timeline purposes. Parent and guardians who wish to newly enroll their students for the 2021-22 school year will have that opportunity starting in the spring. And so our team will be available for any additional questions you might have at the end of our presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vela and Dr. Harmon.
Good evening, President Daniels, members of the board, Dr. Watts, said that OE is the support function of the school district. And as you've heard so far from Ms. West and Ms. Davella, OE provides support, whether it is instructional supports for those instructional technology installments from our technology support and operations team, or its budget and funding for curriculum adoption, or estimating funding solutions for equitable access to programs. We support operational support through monitoring our policies and procedures, tracking those proposed student demographics that we're conscious of and aware of what types of buildings support. Through our traditional staffing process, our funding professional development, and communication supports from print shop, and maintaining our student information systems so we have accurate ways of reaching our families. In addition to all of this, in the budget that the board adopted and approved for FY21, there was an assigned fund balance dollar amount set aside for $2.5 million related to any of the changes regarding our boundary decisions. So there is some financial money set aside for this, and we're in a position to cover some of these costs. A lot of the things that you'll hear.
Dr. Harmon, you froze for a second.
That we're discussing that are related to this change. Sorry, I said we have a $2.5 million assigned fund balance set aside in the FY21 budget regarding boundary, and a lot of the things that you'll hear about tonight regarding this are one-time costs associated with this boundary move, and they would be included in that. Regarding some of these other things that are, as I've often said when it comes to our money decisions, our moral and equity commitments, there is funding space for those as well. So I, again, with my other colleagues, stand ready to answer additional questions at the end of this presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Harmon. Dr. Behringer, thank you.
Good evening, President Daniels, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Halley. Before I get started into the staffing impacts of any boundary decision, I want to just remind everybody, it's important to note that our staffing drives our timelines. And historically, in a non-COVID, non-boundary change year, we would have started our high school and kindergarten registration last week. And our January and February staffing timeline currently has a lot of to be determined dates on it as our timeline. So just letting you know that our staffing does drive a lot of the work that we do, especially over the next 2.5 months into our budget season, which is in the spring as well. 6th grade teachers. Currently, we have approximately 83.5 FTE in 6th grade teachers, not including high cap teachers. If we include high cap teachers, we're just a little shy of 90 FTE in all of 6th grade in KSD. Our projections would depend on how we staff 6th grade. Currently, we have KEA collective bargaining agreement language that speaks to intermediate class size. And we also have language that speaks to middle school class size. So that would be something that we would need to bargain with KEA on whether or not 6th grade is under the intermediate class size mentioned in the elementaries or in the middle school class size. It's currently read as 7th and 8th grade. As regards to certification requirements to teach middle school, teachers who hold a K certificate or K endorsement can teach middle school. Whether they want to teach middle school in a specific content or not in the middle school model is another question. Some courses in middle school may require a specific endorsement depending on if it's Core 24 related and or related to being a course taught for high school credit. So potentially if algebra was offered at 6th grade, the teachers that would be teaching algebra at 6th grade would need to have a 412 math credential to teach algebra at 6th grade. Almost all of our elementary teachers hold a K-8 elementary education endorsement, therefore would qualify to teach any content area in middle school as long as it's not a credit-bearing course. Currently, we have not asked our KSD teachers at any level whether or not they'd be interested in teaching 6th grade at the middle school level. We thought it would be a little presumptuous to start that conversation without having the board's approval of 6th graders moving up. But it is quite possible that we could have teachers ranging from current kindergarten teachers to 12th grade teachers who would have the correct endorsements could be interested in teaching 6th grade at the middle school. As far as our support staff, counseling support at the middle schools, currently, per the KEA CBA, we have a minimum of 1.0 FTE counselor per grade level at our middle schools. So each of our 6 middle schools currently have 2 counselors. Mill Creek has 2.3 FTE in counseling for a total of 12.3 FTE in counseling currently. Adding the new middle school, we'd of course add 2 more counselors, and then of course we'd be adding a 3rd counselor to every single school because the CBA language speaks to having a counselor at every grade level. Therefore, we'd have 7 schools, 3 counselors at each grade level, equaling 21 counselors. So an increase from 12.3 counselors to 21 counselors at the middle school level. As far as additional staff needed at our new middle school, when we're staffing our the brand new elementary and the new middle school, it's important to note that we're not staffing these buildings with new teacher or para staffing dollars because we already have those teachers and paras already within the district. We're just moving pieces around. So we're in fact, for almost all positions, just moving those current staff into positions, open positions in those buildings through our process. Because the new middle school is an addition, we would be adding some new office staff, a safety officer, custodial staff, administrative staff, and food service because those positions are not currently accounted for like teachers and paras are. And then finally, our school, which is a principal, and 2 assistant principals. There is a possibility we could, if we decided as a district to add 1 more AP at each middle school. It all depends on the building administration allocation model, and that's something that will be decided at the district level. So there you go. And we stand ready to answer any questions you have at the end of this presentation.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah. President Daniels, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Halley, communications will continue to be a vital process with our families and our staff, particularly with this proposed changes and with all of the different processes that go on with a boundary change. And we have been excited to partner with both MGT and our school leaders and our program leaders throughout this entire process. For any district-wide initiative, we have a variety of platforms. We're very fortunate in KSD to have as many platforms as we do to reach our staff and our families. And we're very grateful for the tools that we do have to engage with our families. One of the things that we've been working on over the past several years, in particular this last year, with the support of our Back to School Task Force and our very rich partnership with our PTSA, is to continuously have a campaign to make sure that we have accurate contact information for our families, because we can send information, but if we don't have up-to-date contact information for our families, it doesn't matter how we send it. So that's one of the things we've made sure to have a quarterly campaign for, so that every time we send an email, send a phone call, text message, or letter by the mail, which we still do, we want to make sure that it's getting to our families on time. And so we have on our website, and we've sent flyers as well as Peach Jar newsletters about all the ways we have to be in the know, and that is available on our website. It's translatable, and it shares with our families, both new and current, how we use these tools, when we use these tools, which ones are offer translation, and what they can expect what types of information they can expect to get through those platforms. What's different about the boundary changes, of course, is who's impacted. Not every family will be impacted in the same way. Of course, every year is a transition for students and families. Every year, students transition from one grade to another, and every year, students and families move. And so this year, if with a proposed boundary changes before you, we would partner, and the letters that would need to go out from families, we would not put that burden on our school leaders to do, but we would send that centrally from the district office to ensure for accuracy and not put that weight on school to school. But we would work with our central office print shop and work with the great team over there to make sure that they go at the same time. And then we would also make sure that all the letters come back so we can track anything that doesn't get delivered to families. We would also work with our school leaders for those in-person, if possible. Of course, this is all depending on what happens when and the COVID activities, but of course, we would prefer to all be having in-person welcome back activities. But if they're virtual, whatever the case is, all of the back to school activities that would happen, the spring activities, many of our principals are already thinking about what that could look like, and we would support them, whether it's the moving up of sixth graders or all of the transitions again that happen. Back to school is an exciting time of year, and I think we would just be adding a component of that. And we would partner, as I said, with our school-based leaders as well as our programs, all of our specialized programs, and all of us who support those, who support our leaders in the classroom. So the plans, of course, are like our my colleagues on executive cabinet who've already spoken, are in development but not finalized. And we would not make those plans alone, because all of our communication plans are done in partnership. What we bring to the table is our communications work, but we always do that in partnership with the content expert. And that would happen building to building, program to program, and just in time. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and we stand ready as a team to answer questions.
Thank you, Melissa. Members of the board, questions, please.
If you don't mind, I'll start.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt you. First of all, I was very thrilled to see the detail that came forth on these reports that came out from Dr. Watts' weekly updates from all the divisions, and the detail of numbers and schools and everything. I realize that's a tremendous amount of work to put that together. So I found that extremely educational. And I thank you very much for doing that. I was a little taken aback because I probably didn't pull this up until Monday. And it gave me a short period of time to digest a lot of information. But first of all, I want to ask about the endorsements. Now that I've been enlightened that 1 or K through 8 don't need to be, that they already have those credentials, but they do need certain endorsements in certain areas. We've asked our teachers to do a lot, and our parents and everything to adjust a lot. I think a lot of them are kind of worn out from a lot of the stuff, and administrators. I'm wondering how much time for credentials such as the 412 math would take. How many hours of involvement would that take if a teacher desired to do that? And how long would that take?
Director Mata, thank you for your question. I can't tell you exactly how many hours. I know that a 412 credential, when a teacher's going through, if they were in their undergraduate program and looking at getting a credential for secondary education, usually that takes about, just that section is 2 years of content work in math. And then of course they have a year or so just in the teaching of, or just the practice of teaching. They have courses in, so probably about 2 years. The one thing to remember when we're considering sixth grade, very few, if any, sixth grade teachers would be obligated to teach a high school bearing or credit bearing course unless they were teaching sixth grade algebra. And then they would knowing that when those positions become available, people that have their credential would be able to apply for those positions. But I would say a very small number of sixth grade teachers, if any, would be teaching sixth grade algebra. That's usually, right now it starts in seventh grade algebra. We don't have sixth grade algebra, we have seventh grade algebra. So most of the teachers with their K-8 endorsement would be fine to be able to teach all of sixth grade content. And many of them with their K would be able to teach seventh and eighth grade content, because we only have a couple classes at the middle school level that are high school credit bearing courses. So a majority of our elementary teachers who are K endorsed would be able to teach a majority of our middle school courses if they feel confident and comfortable. That's one of the pieces that we need to consider, is that not every sixth grade teacher or any teacher is willing to teach math 5 periods a day or science 5 periods a day. And so that'll be part of the process as well. It won't be a dictating, it'll be more of an opportunity for people to identify themselves of having interest in those positions and those particular content areas through our process.
So when I heard you talk about being credentialed to standards, are you saying that that doesn't involve any more credits or more schooling on that part of it?
So the sixth grade curriculum it's going to look different than what they've taught at the sixth grade elementary level, but it does not change their requirement. If they are a K-8 endorsed teacher, they can teach the sixth grade content unless it is a high school credit bearing course.
Okay,
Yep.
Just wanted clarification on that. Another question that I was looking at the map of Kent Phoenix Academy or Kent Academy or Old Sequoia Middle School, and the layout, it looked like there's about 27 classrooms that have been designed. I'm pretty familiar with that building. When I looked at that drawing, it looked like several classrooms were actually put into the Kent Area Roundtable Clothing Bank area. Am I correct? Because I don't think they've made those changes to that area yet. Am I reading the map correctly?
So specifically on the classrooms, Director Hamada, Dave Buzzard can answer that question. And also, I believe he can answer the question about the clothing bank. I know we made modifications to the locker room. I'm not aware of classrooms that they were additionally using. It could be. Dave?
Thank you, Israel. President Daniels, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Halley, good evening to you. To answer your questions, the clothing bank is actually in the girls' locker room currently,
Right,
and it takes up the entire locker room.
right.
In the boys' locker room, what we did to establish a dual locker room for women or boys and girls, we just put a wall down the middle of it. And that's how KPA and KMVA have been utilizing one full locker room with a wall down it that you can't see through, of course, that blocks it off, so we're able to use one locker room for 2 genders. The map that you're looking at, I'm not too sure if you're looking at the map. When we count up the educational spaces, we come up with the band room, including band, drama, the 2 gyms, and the auxiliary boxing area that was there. There is 43 educational spaces in that building. Classroom 109 used to be the home ec room. And when we converted that last year before last, we actually split that room in half. So now that is 2 classrooms, and classroom 419 is now 2 classrooms.
Well, when I looked at that map, it looked like the clothing bank or the girls' locker room or whatever, it looked like you had listed room numbers for classes. Am I incorrect in that?
It does have classroom numbers on there, and I'm sorry, I'm not too sure what map you were looking at, if it was the one that was provided. So all of those spaces, including the drama, the drama room, the band room, choir, those all add up to be 43 educational spaces.
Okay, thank you. I think another question about KPA or Sequoia or whatever, our new middle school, if it's going to be. The grounds on that field back there, when we were there, have there been any updates to that? Because I understood there was an issue with the grounds in that area at one time.
So in my tenure, 4 years, we have not had any issues back there. I do know that we've had some trees west of the property in the Greenbelt area, west of the most westerly parking lot. I do know that we had some concerned citizens at one time, and Gordon Cook and I got with an arborist, had those delineated, and we actually had those removed. The field is still in working order. The track needs a little help. It's got some greenery coming through it, but nothing that our grounds team couldn't take care of by just getting out there and doing some rolling up our sleeves and getting that taken care of. There is also the playground that we brought from old KMVA up on the West Hill. We would have more than likely have that removed as well too if that were turned into a middle school.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you. My first question is, I wanted to ask about is there a potential impact if we don't make this move at this time? So for example, if we do not move 6th grade, I had asked what was the impact if we did and what was the impact if we didn't. And so can you just clarify or speak to that just a little bit? Either one of you, I don't know who.
Rob, if you would, I know we've had this conversation as well from an MGT standpoint, and we'll allow staff to follow in, but we appreciate your perspective and technical support.
Sure. Thanks for it's a pleasure to be here again. When we have had this discussion on several occasions, and everything is very interlocking, but if you don't want to move forward with, say, the 6th grade moving up to middle school, then I think the only thing you would be able to do at this time, I should say, this coming year, the only thing I think you would be able to do would be change the boundaries that are impacted by the new elementary school, because the aligning the strands and moving the 6th grade and balancing that enrollment so all that works is really tied together. So that's what I would say, the impact. If you were going to try to split some of this up, that's the only real way I could see you splitting it up, would just be anything that's impacted by the new elementary school, and then the following year, everything else all together, because they are they're cogs in a wheel. They do interlace over each other.
Okay. And I know one of the questions that I asked last time, and I'm not sure, with regards to the Northwood, right? So we're talking about moving a particular neighborhood, and I've learned a little bit more about the area that we're talking about moving. It's within walking distance to Northwood. And so I'm wondering, again, can you just clarify again, what is the benefit of moving that particular neighborhood, which is walking from a school that is not fully at full capacity to a school that is over capacity? Can you just share that once again?
Absolutely. Yes. I mean, and it's more complicated than that, unfortunately. As we try to align the strands so that whole elementary schools go entirely to a middle school. Meeker sits inside the boundaries of Carriage Crest, and I think that's what you're talking about. And so there is a neighborhood. It's a rather large neighborhood. I think we looked it up, and there's 78 elementary school students. That's pre-K through 5, and about a little less than 30 middle school students, 6th, 7th, and 8th, that live right there, reside within that neighborhood, thereabouts. So if you were to carve out that neighborhood and put it in, let's say, Ridgewood, then Ridgewood's going to be almost at capacity at that point, and then Carriage Crest would be smaller. If you split the Carriage Crest district like it was before, now half of the elementary school is going to Meeker, another half is going to Northwood. And because those elementary schools, there's a triangle, if you will, Fairwoods on the north, kind of the north pinnacle of the triangle, Carriage Crest on the west, and Ridgewood on the east. And then you can really even throw in Lake Young is almost makes a diamond pattern. And so they're really close in proximity to each other. And so trying to carve that area up with, without splitting neighborhoods and streets, it really becomes somewhat difficult. But I do think that you could address that, especially giving the utilization. You could address that through your transfer policy. You could address that neighborhood specifically with that, because the other thing about carving out the neighborhood, that is assuming that every single person wants to go to that middle school. There might be a few that don't, that want to go to Meeker, or so given the option of, hey, I would like to apply to transfer to Northwood versus Meeker, there obviously there would be enough room there. So that might be something that also could be addressed as you look at updating your procedures this spring.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner.
Mr. Tanner, just a quick follow-up on that impact statement. Are you saying that we couldn't open up the new school, the Kent Academy, along with could that not be done along with the new elementary?
You're talking about the Phoenix School?
I'm talking about the new school that used to be Panther Lake Elementary School.
New school that used to be Panther Lake Elementary School.
Yeah, that would be the new, it would be the Kent Laboratory Academy. That would be the new academy, Rob.
Okay, no. You could do that as well, because that is an entire district-wide draw. That's not just the boundary of the entire school district.
So, Mr. Tanner, going back to the question of Carriagewood families and Ridgewood being at a capacity if you were to redraw that, what about kids going into Fairwood or Ridgewood? Have you looked at that particular option?
Yeah, and when you get down to a granular level and you start looking at streets and maps and proximities to the schools, for example, there's a piece there that we looked at. Well, we could possibly carve off out of Fairwood that could be Carriage Crest to try to adjust it. The particular problem we ran into there is there wasn't many students in that corner because it's a large shopping complex. They're on the southwest side of Fairwood. So like I said, we looked at it from every angle we can, and we feel like that it's just one of those anomalies that, this is kind of the best spot we could get to try to make our other priorities, which is aligning the strands, work. So we were trying to balance that. That being said, that particular piece, I think, could be addressed through, the possible transfer procedures. Like I said, because there seems to be room.
Yeah. So the transfer process, I guess the concern from the families was really, why would you make them go through an overcrowded option, then have them do the transfer process at the end? So I'm kind of interested in the timing as well of this transfer process. You mentioned, somebody mentioned spring, is it?
Yes.
And what does that look like? How long do folks have to look into that, and what does the work involved in?
Yeah, Mr. Heath can talk a little bit more about what the committee's done. What we shared is what our typical transfer process is, and we intend to use the same resident student transfer procedure that would address those pieces. So I'll turn it over to Randy to talk a little bit more about that.
Yes, good evening, President Daniel, members of the board, Dr. Watts, Ms. Howley. We are really, we do a transfer window every year. It's a kind of a prioritized lottery system that we use to do that. The window is open for a full month for families to be able to apply anytime within that month. There is no priority given. If you get your application in first, it comes in, and then we run it at the end of the month. And we are able to generally, we inform families of the outcome of that prior to leaving for the school year. So they go into the summer knowing whether they've been selected or not at that time.
So if we are making that option available, and I suspect there will be a lot of folks who would want to transfer given the proximity of the school, why would we not just carve it, because we're going to be split in either case? So what would be the purpose of not allowing that split to happen at this point?
Director Venkatasalam, if I may, when Rob and I have looked at this very carefully as we've worked with Student Family Support Services and the communications department to answer many of the emails and through the community engagement process. And one of the things in the report that came out when we look at this systemically across the board is the overcrowding of all sixth grade classrooms and the inequities of, there are some classrooms that are not crowded, but there are many that are. And so keeping that in mind, balanced with the fact that at Meeker currently we have 12 elementary schools that are feeding into the Meeker system, which splits then into 3 middle schools, then splits into 3 high schools. And so when we go back to the nesting idea of a family being able to know, when I begin here in this elementary school, I'm going to go to this middle school and then this high school, and having that identity and neighborhood schools has come through strongly from levy conversations over the past years through to these conversations that we've had through as a priority for our families across the board. And so the why really is about keeping families together. So they'll come back together whether they go to Northwood or not. How we've done procedures up to this point is one way. How we do procedures moving forward is different. And so MGT's leadership and experience at this point has really been, we could do things differently moving forward. And I think that's what Randy's team is looking at, is just because we've done it one way in the past doesn't mean we have to do it in the that way in the future. However, the window is delayed until after the board takes action and makes a decision. So we would have to wait a little bit because staffing drives the window, as Dr. Behringer shared. And then we would need to open the process. So that's kind of the window as far as spring. So we need to look at those couple of things, but the fine tuning adjustment of it, I think we can still have conversations about to accommodate families.
Right.
Yeah, I speak from a personal experience. I mean, my son went to Northwood and I drove him every morning and afternoon, every single day. And I just don't understand why we would want to put our families who can just walk a couple of blocks on the bus, their kids on the bus. It doesn't make any sense. And it is overcrowded. And so I am all for feeder patterns. In fact, I pushed that many, many years ago, and my son was a product of that particular setup. And I feel like, I'm not, I stated what I stated earlier in that this report is very comprehensive. And in many ways, I find it very forward-looking as well as practical. But there are a few areas, such as this particular case with our Carriagewood families, as well as the dual enrollment that concerns me, having transportation for dual enrollment, and also the necessary supports that for our fifth grade teachers, are they prepared, especially with the IEP plan and so forth? Are they allowed? Are they able to prepare their students for middle school, given the very short period of time? They have to redo their IEPs, and that was a concern that was brought up by the families at Carriagewood as well. So, looking at overcrowding and undercapacity in the schools, I have some concerns about it, and I'm concerned about the supports where we're providing additional counselors, but I don't really have a good sense of the budget involved in that process. So that would be something that I would need to know. And I appreciated, as Director Hamada said, all of the information that was put into the weekly updates. That was very thorough, and had a few questions about transportation, but thank you so much for putting all of that information together.
Can I follow up with one quick comment about the transfer process? I know you have to do it every year, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so would it be possible to allow those families to do it one time to stay in that middle school for those 3 years, as opposed to having them do it every single year? Because I think that could be I'm just curious as.
Yes, the way that it currently works is that once you are accepted at a school, you generally stay there through the entirety of that process. So if they were to do a transfer request for sixth grade, if that was where we started, then they would be able to stay in 6th, 7th, and 8th throughout there, because they're counted in the count at that point. And so it wouldn't need to. Now,
So you don't have to. Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah, and I also want to state that just right now we anticipate, because there are some boundary moves and people were kind of set-minded of thought, okay, I live here, so I'm going to go to this middle school. And so we anticipate probably there will be more people that will apply this year as part of the process. But it doesn't mean that, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, when people move into the neighborhood and they see that this progression is this to this to this, that won't become the mindset. And what we would see is less and less people maybe applying to do that transfer, because now they've gotten used to it. Right now, this is something new. And so we anticipate many more people asking for it initially. And so we'll build that into the process.
And I would just add on, when we're talking about that one specific neighborhood, it's about 10 students per grade level. So when you're looking at, there would be 10 people asking for a transfer, up to 10 people asking for a transfer from that one neighborhood. So it's not a large number.
I also wanted to share that we currently do have a bus. Carriagewood is not walkable. It currently receives a bus to Northwood.
Director Bettinger, did you have questions?
I have a lot of questions, and I don't think I'm going to get them in 2 minutes, but I will start. So I will kind of loop in on that Carriagewood neighborhood, and I appreciate, first I want to say, I appreciate all the answers to my questions that I submitted on the 14th that came in the report that was sent to us on Friday, and all the other questions that I know my colleagues have submitted and asked, and the answers that were given to them. So I appreciate that. So to loop in on that whole Carriagewood neighborhood, to put it as, to add my 2 cents again, because I live very close to that, there will literally be buses passing either on Petrovitsky Road or 140th, where students that live closer to Northwood will be passing in buses, students that go to Seuss Creek and Lake Youngs. We are going to have that oddness going on. And, because that neighborhood backs up to the watershed, I know there are paths and trails if kids feel comfortable to ride their bike. That is also a part of that neighborhood. So like I said, I'm happy to ask it. We literally have 1 minute. I have some questions. I'm happy to ask them when we get up to the vote, because I just don't see that I'm going to have any time to ask them with any opportunity to get a response. But I will float this out there. And if there's not time for a response now, when I look at all of this and all the pieces, and I listen to my colleagues and their concerns as well, I share many of them. And so my question is this, and it's really to Dr. Watts. If this proposal is approved, Would it require further outsourcing, or could the implementation of this plan all be done in-house in this district?
I appreciate your question, Vice President Bettinger. And as we've talked previously, while we have had conversations about the work that might need to be accomplished, I do feel confident that we as Kent School District can accomplish this plan as it is stated. But as I also shared with you in our conversation, and for purposes of making sure everyone is on the same page, we do know that there's a plan, and then there's planning. We've stated all that we know this evening and throughout this planning process. We also know that situations may change throughout this process. And if that is the case, we also know and have had preliminary conversations, as I mentioned to you, with MGT, if there's additional support that is needed. But I do feel confident that we would be able to accomplish this large task, this, as I mentioned, this brewing storm of change, if you will, that's coming towards us in support of overall effectiveness, curriculum, operational, and obviously ensuring that our students are well served at each one of our schools. I do believe that.
Thank you, Dr. Watts.
Thank
So
you.
at this time, I'm going to adjourn the work session. We are about a minute over, and we're going to adjourn for executive session to discuss the qualifications of an applicant for public employment and to discuss with legal counsel representing the district litigation or potential litigation to which the district is likely to become a party. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our meeting of the board. I'm calling our meeting to order at 7 p.m. At this time, I'd like to invite Director Leslie Hamada to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
All please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Director Hamada. I'd like to welcome our audience to the meeting. And at this time, I would like to call on Director Vengadasalam to read the land acknowledgement.
Yes, thank you. I'm honored to read the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
Thank you, Director Hamada. I'm sorry, Director Vengadasalam. Sorry, I'm trying to navigate this, what I'm supposed to read. So I'd like to welcome everyone, and I'll explain the process of audience participation. Welcome. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. The process for audience participation. The purpose of the board meetings is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to, but not respond to, comments from the audience. Those wishing to comment must complete the online form as indicated on the district website and in board docs. Tonight, there will be 2 periods where public comment will be heard at the beginning of the meeting and at the end of the meeting. Questions raised through submitted public comment addressing an issue may require further investigation, and staff will contact you to follow up. If you indicated a desire to speak to an agenda item, your comment will be read at that portion of the agenda. General comments tonight will be read during the audience communications sections of the agenda. Dr. Watts, are there any changes to the agenda?
President Daniels, please note that there has been a change to tonight's agenda regarding our supplemental personnel report.
All right, thank you, Dr. Watts. So at this point, we will need to make a motion to, is that correct? Okay. So I'd like to get a motion to make a change to the agenda for tonight.
I make a motion to pull the supplemental personnel report from tonight's agenda.
Is there
I second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, all of those in favor in pulling the supplemental report from the agenda this evening, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries. At this time, I would like to begin our preliminary communication from the audience. Ms. Howley, do we have comments for you to read this evening?
Good evening, President Daniels. Yes, we have 19 general public comments that I will begin reading now. And we have 25 that want to speak directly to agenda item 6.01 regarding the boundary.
Okay, so if you please read up to 30 minutes of the public comments received.
Okay. The first comment is from Krista Bartlett. And Krista says, please overturn the decision by the KSD Advisory Council regarding high school athletics and activities. Our children deserve the opportunity to return to the sports and activities they love. They will follow all protocols and mandates just to get the chance to take the field again. Many, like my senior, want a chance to say farewell to his sports and everything they have taught him. Others, like my freshman, want the chance to prove themselves, to be part of something bigger, truly feel like they belong to something in this strange landscape we find ourselves in. And still others, like my 7th grader, crave a return to some kind of normalcy that has disappeared, yearns to reignite the passion he once had for sports that fueled his drive to succeed in the classroom, the field, and beyond. Allowing sports and activities is about more than a game or a club. It's about connection, commitment, community, caring. It's about mental health. And it's about equity when every other district in our league and state are allowing this within strict COVID protocols. Our athletes, coaches, athletic departments, and their families will be a model of safe practices. They will not squander this opportunity. Make the decision now to return hope back to our kids. Reinstate athletics and activities for the Kent School District immediately. I humbly ask as a mom for my kids and for all kids, this is too important to ignore. The next comment is from Karen Engstrom. I would like to address Dr. Watts and his team's decision to withhold athletics from students until learning is in person. I find this to be incredibly short-sighted. It is not in the student athlete's best interests at all, and it is ignorant of not only the science that supports a safe return to sports, but all the work that the WIAA, NPSL, and the coaches have put into ensuring safe play. Speaking for the thousands of families who cannot afford elite or club teams, I find your decision punitive and not equitable in the least. You cannot say you promote equity when you disable one of the primary venues that many students use to experience leadership, stress relief, successful hard work, camaraderie, community, and hope for their future. Our student athletes want to be out on their field or court. As parents and coaches, we teach young people how to take calculated risk. It's our job to take their desire to compete, show them how to mitigate risk, and then help them reach their goals. To have the doors slammed in their faces when over 290 other school districts in our state have found a way is absolutely disrespectful of the hard work and earnest effort in which these players have invested their lives. Instead of being for our student athletes, you have positioned yourselves to be against them. We urge you to change your decision. The governor made a way. The WIAA made a way. Over 290 school districts have made a way. The NPSL made a way. The coaches have made a way. We need you to see what this community wants and make a way. Let them play. The next comment is from Shannon Beck. I believe that opening high school athletics activities now safely for outdoor practice is a great way for KSD to begin in-person activities for the older kids. I haven't seen any plans to get the high schoolers back into the buildings this year, and I do understand the little kids should go first. But these big kids have been cut off for too long. The science just doesn't support keeping kids isolated on their screens. 44 states are having sports right now. They can safely practice outside just like all the schools around us, and they should be with their coaches. Families should have the option of having their students participate in safe outdoor practice with the necessary safeguards in place. This would be 100% outdoor in small groups at first. These kids are willing to do whatever is required to get them back on the field, and I think KSD should support them. For these seniors, they will have missed half of their high school seasons. The NPSL will go on without Kent, and that would be a real travesty for our athletes of all sports. Please put the best interests of the kids before the politics. Christina Church. I am a parent of a Kentwood senior. While the WIAA has assessed risk levels and provided safe opening guidelines for return to sports, the KSD is not allowing the kids to return to sports while other schools are and practicing for the upcoming season. Participating in sports allows the kids an outlet, emotional support they need during this time, and opportunities to continue playing beyond high school, which provides financial support to pay for college. It is unfair and a disadvantage to these kids, and returning to sports is absolutely important for so many reasons. While I understand the board's concerns, there are safety measures that can be taken, and these kids rely on scholarships and the like so they can go to college. Please don't make them lose out on this opportunity to continue their education beyond high school and further damage the mental health of these young athletes. We are a community and support one another. Don't single us out, and please let them play. Michael Hoyland. How is it possible that a district who prides itself on equity and access for all is willfully continuing to exclude its students from participation in programs that students from neighboring districts have access to? Many kids don't have the means to play select sports. High school athletics may be their only shot at getting in. I am an example of one of those kids. My parents couldn't afford college. Sports provided me an opportunity. I wouldn't be where I am today without sports. Josh Hudson. I urge the board to consider letting our kids play sports. It can be done safely, and it will help curb the teen suicide rates that are skyrocketing right now. Jennifer Idze. Members of the board, I am an involved parent, PTA member, substitute, and community member. I have a few concerns I would like to share with you. I would like to see KSD bring students with IEPs or those who are falling behind in digital learning back into the classrooms. I understand the health risks of not bringing back the entire district population. However, I do think that we are putting students further behind with their learning. Not all students can learn through virtual technology, no matter how amazing our staff is. Some students need to feel or touch math learning blocks to count, or play with atoms to see how they can be broken down. I feel that by bringing in small groups, we can work on safety and help those most at risk. I have had the chance to work with a number of students who are getting F grades and aren't able to be motivated by learning at home with all the other distractions. Watching siblings, not having a place to study or learn. I know that we can do better by these students. The second item I would like to address is sports in our district. I am very aware of the issues with COVID and the statistics. However, I feel that it is time to let our high school athletes come back to practice with safety protocols in place. Our students have been out of sports since March. Many of our students are missing the many benefits provided by exercise as well as team bonding. I've seen other high schools thrive and with very little COVID spread through the teams when guidelines are in place. Some juniors and seniors are trying to apply for sports scholarships and being passed up by recruiters. I would like to see KSD resume practice come February 1st with our other local districts so our students have the ability to play sports in this limited season. I know that our students, coaches, and parents all will do what it takes to be able to safely see our children do what they love. By pushing out the dates for training, our students may not be able to get the stretching and build the endurance they had from the past year, bringing on the potential for injuries or not being ready for competitions. The last item is that I support our KSD staff getting access to the COVID vaccine as soon as possible, regardless of their ages. This will enable teachers to get back in the classroom and feel safe about teaching and not spreading COVID to students, parents, or staff. Thank you for your time. Laura Jensen. I just want to say thank you for continuing to follow science when it comes to the reopening of our schools. I know there is a lot of pressure to open up because everyone around us is going hybrid, but that doesn't mean it's safe. I appreciate the district keeping us remote. Yasina Labak. I want to express my thoughts and concerns with you in regards to students returning to school for after-school athletics and activities. When I heard the news that KSD was the only district not pursuing the opportunity to participate in the WIAA NPSL League, I was a bit baffled. I am a graduate of Kentwood High School. I teach at Scenic Hill Elementary and chose to have my son's education in the district as well. I love the Kent community and have watched it grow over the past 40 years. I appreciate how supportive the district is and seeks what's best for the community. However, I feel that not allowing students to participate in activities and sports this spring is the wrong decision. Athletics and after-school activities is a big part of this community. It's more than just a game. They learn leadership skills, collaborating with peers, overcoming defeat, and developing their own personal and team goals. I feel that our district could safely return to activities like several other districts have done in our state and nationally. Outdoor activities would be ideal. There are other PPE guidelines that would be in place. Please reconsider your stance on this position. This is coming not only from a mother's perspective, but as an educator in this district as well. Students need that sense of belonging after being away from their school culture for almost a year. Parents understand the risk they are taking and will ensure their child is meeting the criteria to participate safely. Aaron Jacobs Martin. KSD should follow current DOH guidelines and allow student athletes to return to play. KSD is the only district in the NPSL that is preventing its players from participating in sports this year. All of KSD's neighboring districts have made plans to follow DOH guidelines and return their athletes to play. Ms. Daniels has stated that it is difficult to support sports due to some of KSD's most vulnerable students not having been served. The answer to having failed students is not failing more students. Student athletes should not be excluded because KSD leadership has failed so many others. The reasoning provided by Ms. Daniels is divisive. All KSD students deserve access to services and activities. Access to anything shouldn't be determined by how poorly the district has handled access to other services. Data doesn't support refusing to allow our athletes to compete alongside their neighbors. The decision is punitive and contributes further to the mental health and equity crises that are building in our district. How long will it take for KSD to realize that our children are suffering? While our elementary students may have some opportunity to return to school in person this year, sports may be the only opportunity our secondary students have for any semblance of normalcy this year. Private sports leagues have been practicing for months within KSD boundaries with no outbreaks of COVID-19. This is proof that KSD can return to sports safely as well. KSD has a practice of excluding all students from certain services, activities, and resources in the name of equity, but then takes no proactive steps to work towards resolving the deficit. This is not equity. It is an undeserved punishment handed out by leaders who have continually failed their students. I noted that in Dr. Watt's most recent communication about sports, He stated that more effort was being placed on extracurriculars that can be done remotely. Why are efforts not being poured into mirroring neighboring districts' efforts and plans to return athletes to play? Students who can afford private sports leagues are already participating in them. What about students who can't afford it? Are these the same students that are also struggling to connect to remote classes? How will remote extracurriculars support these most vulnerable students? Removing the opportunity to play sports for KSD will further marginalize an already struggling population of students. No KSD board member or executive is more qualified than the DOH or the CDC to determine when it is safe to return to sports activities. KSD leadership needs to follow the advice of the experts and place the needs of their students above their fear of being held accountable for their failures. Kaiser Martin. This board has been elected to serve the people and the students of the Kent School District. You are public servants. It is your job to look after the welfare and the mental health of your students. Throughout the entire virtual learning experience, your students have struggled. My classmates have struggled, and I have struggled. Your actions were at times questionable, but always backed by data. KSD has always followed the data. The data is now saying we can return to play. The state is saying we can return to play. The WIAA is saying we can return to play. The CDC is saying we can return to play. The DOH is saying we can return to play. Why aren't we? KSD prides itself on its diversity and equity. Is this equitable? Not allowing athletes who have no other way to earn scholarships and participate in sports to not play? Is this what you believe equity is? Do you think everyone can afford club sports? You are elected to serve the district for what is best for its students, not for what is best for you. It is unethical to cancel sports to make up for the fact you have failed other students. It is unethical to further put stress on the already broken student body so that you can cover your failures. We have struggled, and I am begging you that you please let us return to play. We have always followed the data. Let's do so now. Show your students what a good leader looks like. Give us this. If I were to state my own opinion in a research paper for any of my AP classes, instead of following the data, I would expect to be failed. Even if I told my teacher that my opinion was fear-based or intended to promote safety, I would fail. KSD teaches its students to seek the truth and follow the facts. I am asking you to practice what you preach. Read the data, follow the facts, and return us to play. Polly Rose Martin. I am a student athlete that is currently attending Matson Middle School. This past year has possibly been one of the hardest years I have ever gone through. It was my first year in KSD, and I didn't even get to finish the entire year. I've been struggling along with all my classmates, trying to get the hang of distance learning. I'm trying to make sure I am maintaining good grades, but it can be challenging. If the people on this board had to see what the students in the KSD schools are going through right now, they may see that consistently pushing back the start of in-person learning and sports is slowly crushing our desire to wake up and go to school every day. It is crushing our spirits and ability to be happy. It is depriving us of normalcy when we see other districts going back and starting sports, showing us that you are what is holding us back. By pushing back the start dates, you are telling all KSD students that our voices do not matter and we have no say in our education and happiness. I understand that these decisions should not be taken lightly, but ever since March 13th, 2020, we have been following the guidelines and recommendations. Why stop now? We have listened to you say that it isn't safe and we are just following the guidelines, but the school districts around us are going back to sports and in-person learning. Why are we no longer listening to the data and research when it is aligned, when it is aligned with what, why are we no longer listening to the data and research when it is aligned with what the students want? Is it just a coincidence, or are the members of the board certified scientists and doctors that think that the CDC and DOH are wrong? So now is the point that I ask you, the board, why we are all of a sudden not following the guidelines. What is your reason for not letting us return to sports, school, or normalcy? Why are we not focusing on the most important voices, ours, the students, the children who have suffered due to your choices? Is this how you want your students to make decisions, not listening to data and research and waiting for someone else to choose for them? You are showing your students that we don't matter and we have no voice. I am lucky enough to know I have a voice, so I'm using it for those who feel they don't. We will not stop until we get our sports back. We will not stop until you follow the guidelines. Let us play. Presley Martin. I am an 8th grade KSD student athlete at Matson Middle School. I am begging you to allow us to return to play. This year has been the most stressful and unproductive school year I have ever experienced. Other students, parents, and teachers have expressed the same sentiment to me. While I understand that you are concerned for the safety of the students, you are completely disregarding our mental health. You are blatantly going against the guidelines the DOH and CDC have put in place. These people are highly trained and professional health officials and scientists. The way the entire board has handled the shutdown has not been in the best interest of the students' mental health. Many students in KSD rely on school sports for social interaction, scholarships, and many other opportunities that you are denying them. Watching every school district around us return to play is seriously affecting my ability to put my trust into the decisions that the school district is making. You also have not been listening to what the students have been telling you, which is teaching us that our voices and opinions do not matter. I hope you choose to set a better example and choose to let us return to sports. Let us play. Jane McDaniel. Most league schools have figured out how to proceed safely. They will provide a way to allow athletes who literally identify with their sport to play. Mental health and future prospects for sport and colleges require them to play even if it is a short season. If coaches and parents can agree on safety requirements, then why would the board stand in the way? CDC regulations met, parent agreement, coach agreement, and league agreement. Make it happen and go Falcons. Brantley Melland. I want the board to recognize that there has been zero effort for students during this time to ask about opinions on going back to school. There have been numerous surveys for parents, but students are left to the mercy of adults. While I appreciate parents and staff of KSD, the lack of input given to students is upsetting. As a senior in high school, I realize there are both those that wish to go to school and not go to school for all kinds of reasons. I respect both, but I only wish we could have a place to express this to our teachers and higher ups of the KSD leadership. There are thousands of students, all with voices, who wish to be heard, and not letting them is simply wrong. Thank you. Zachary Nehusman. Hello, I am writing to you today about a few concerns I would like to voice. 1. During the MLK assembly, a slideshow of names and faces were shown. I did not know who many of these people were, so I did some research like everyone should. The following names are of people who were honored during the assembly, along with what they were doing before the police shot them. Renard Antonio Daniels, stabbing a woman while pinned on ground. B. Andrew Smyrna rammed trooper's car with a stolen car. C. Brandon Roberts, charged at officers with knife. D. Claude Washington Fain III, shot parole officers and LEOs. E. Darius Tarver, stabbed police. F. Deandra Lee Seaborough Patterson, breaking, entering, pointed gun at police. G. Earl Facey, attempted murder gang member. H. Henry Isaac Jones, murder, pointed gun at police. I. Jamari Dewan Tarver, rammed police car, sexual assault. J. Keenan McCain, shot officer in chest, murdered girlfriend. K. Calvin White, pulled gun on woman with her kids. L. Reginald Leon Boston Jr., armed robbery, pulled gun on officer. M. Rayshard Brooks, DUI, attacked officers, stole taser, and fired it at officers. N. Samuel David Mallard, murder. O. Tyree Davis, charged cops with knife and broken glass. Are these the people that we should be honoring, or should we actually mourn and honor outstanding members of the community who were murdered by looters and rioters this past summer, such as David Dorn? The board should immediately send a letter to parents saying that KSD does not condone the actions of these individuals and made a severe lapse in judgment in honoring them in the assembly. Furthermore, the board and admins need to have more oversight and fact-checking abilities and responsibilities in future assemblies of this nature. Number 2, KSD Board Policy 2151P states that athletes are an integral part of a complete educational program. So that means that by not allowing sports to occur, you are not providing students a full education and are in violation of your own policies. Additionally, we are one of the only districts not doing sports. What makes Kent so special that we can't play? Number 3, additionally, you are spending $57,750 on the Kingmakers of Oakland, a non-essential item. You are spending that less than 2 years after numerous teachers and admin were fired due to unnecessary spending such as this. It is highly inappropriate and a slap in the face of those teachers fired that you would spend almost a full year's salary for those teachers on non-essential business just 2 years after saying there was no other way to manage the budget crisis. Thank you.
I do want to interject here. It appears that comment does not comport with the district's and the board's guidelines in terms of sharing of information. I didn't interrupt the comment previously, but I just want to remind the board of protocols, and it appears that comment did not comport with protocol.
Which comment are we talking about?
The previous comment that named the individual.
Listed out, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
My apologies. I did not pre-read all of these.
That's okay.
So there are more, but the 30 minutes is up, and I will save save. There's, I think, a couple more, and I will save those for the next public comment period.
Thank you, Ms. Howley. At this time, I will call on Superintendent Watts to give his report.
Thank you, President Daniels, members of the board, Ms. Howley, staff, and KSD community. I'd like to begin my report by, first of all, stating in March of 2020, our lives were forever changed by a new coronavirus that spread across our nation. Kent School District responded quickly to keep students and their teachers safe while quickly reimagining school as we currently know it to keep students learning. Now, we've continued to focus on safety and learning this school year amid tremendous uncertainty and continuously changing conditions, while also preparing and always hoping the COVID-19 situation would improve dramatically enough to return to in-person learning during the 2020-2021 school year. Next week, we will begin our second semester of this school year. And there remains so much uncertainty surrounding this virus still. More challenges continue to emerge as we determine the best plan for reopening our school buildings. There also continues to be conflicting information about COVID-19 from multiple sources, reports about increasing cases in King County, cases of the more contagious new strand, otherwise known as a variant, have been detected locally, all as we wait for the vaccine's mass availability. And we continue to weigh the information we have from public health against the concerns of our families. Now, in the most recent KSD survey, family responses continue to indicate a distinct divide in readiness levels for returning to in-person learning. For the third time since the pandemic began, roughly half of the over 12,000 families who responded to the survey are ready to return to in-person learning, and half also want to continue learning at home. Of the over 2,500 staff responses, just under half of KSD staff shared they are very uncomfortable returning to work in person at this time. Survey results from our staff and family surveys will be shared on our website this week. Now, our hybrid plan is still being revised based on new and updated guidelines from the CDC and the Washington State Department of Health. And that's taking place over this past month. We've also carefully considered input and feedback from our back to school task force, Kent School District leadership, COVID-19 site coordinators, and community comments and questions since the board approved our reopening plan in August 2020. Now, this revised plan will be posted on Monday, February 1st. Since the state's release of new metrics in mid-December for K-12 in person, we continue to closely monitor multiple points of data relating to the gradual return of additional students by grade level. Today, for the second day in a row, and for the first time in over 3 months, the COVID-19 activity in King County, Covington, and Kent have all reached a moderate level of below 350 positive cases per 100,000 residents for a 14-day period. This is good news. And we will continue to monitor the data from King County Public Health. And if it remains at the moderate level, we are one step closer to returning to in-person learning. Now, a final decision for our pre-K through first grade students based on COVID-19 activity could be announced as early as Friday, February 12th. However, there are other factors that determine our ability to reopen schools as we have continued to share. And those are the continuously changing public health guidance, as well as bargaining with our labor partners, both of which we are actively engaged in partnerships with. Now, student and staff safety will continue to be the primary factor in determining the pace at which we will move forward, returning to in-person learning. And with guidance from our health partners, we will either slow down returning to school or continue forward with the plan accordingly. Adjustments to the hybrid start date, the grade levels returning, and extracurricular activities may be necessary based on the ever-changing COVID-19 situation in King County. Now, when I speak of adjustments, thank you, Siri, my apologies. When I speak of adjustments, this does not always mean later. This can mean sooner. Personally, as a soccer player and a soccer coach, as a sports fan, an educator, and as a Kent School District parent, I know and understand the important and positive role athletics and team activities can play in our children's lives. Now, due to COVID activity levels moving into the moderate range for our community as of yesterday, I was able to meet with our athletics and activities director for Kent School District to discuss the steps it would take for a potential start date of February 13th for conditioning for season 1 athletes. Now, while there are more decisions to be made before this happens, I am pleased to share we are continuing to monitor the COVID data and working with our coaches union on a safe return date for our student athletes, which has always been our goal. Now, as we have seen throughout this pandemic, once we do reopen our campuses to students for learning or other activities, families also need to prepare for the possibility schools will close or activities may cease for 10 to 14 days should an outbreak occur. Public Health of Seattle and King County defines an outbreak as 2 or more laboratory confirmed COVID-19 cases within 14 days and evidence of transmission in a shared location. KSD leadership continues to discuss how best to address the needs and the concerns of our students, families, and our employees. We continue to address the changes needed to collective bargaining agreements with our labor partners to support hybrid learning. And we also understand that no plan will be universally agreed upon by all of our students, our families, or our staff members. However, we are committed to doing what we believe is best for all students' health, safety, and education while keeping our Team KSD members safe and healthy. And amidst all of this change, amidst this grief and stress from the pandemic, our work to support our strategic goals continues. Now, this evening during the work session, we heard from the MGT Consulting Group and executive cabinet members just how the proposed boundary changes would be implemented. And tonight, the board will take action for the first time in more than 12 years to support the balancing of our enrollment, alignment of school feeder patterns, and moving towards equitable educational access and opportunity. Now, the complexity of this boundary study process, it cannot be minimized. And I want to thank our board, our staff, and our community for engaging in this process and working together to manage this complex change in order to support our students now and well into our future. And just as important and as complex as our boundary work and the response to the pandemic is, our commitment to equity is the same. Now, in December of 2020, students in grades 6 through 12 were asked to complete the Student Equity and Inclusion Survey by our Equity Council. I want to thank personally our Equity Council members and all of our students who participated in this survey process. All questions were optional and responses are anonymous. From a data standpoint, 34% of our Kent School District students in grades 6 through 12, 4,762 students to be exact, opted to respond. The full results of the survey are available on our website, including nearly 3,000 open-ended responses. By asking students to reflect on their experiences in our schools, we firmly believe that leaders within Kent School District can use the actionable data to understand and improve our schools' racial and cultural climate and our district, even in these most challenging times. So I applaud our students for using their voices, sharing their thoughts and their concerns, and for being willing to help us as adults to learn how we can better move forward together. So thank you. Thank you in advance for your continued patience, your understanding, and your cooperation in helping us achieve a positive start towards safely reopening our school buildings while making data-informed decisions that are aligned with state and local health guidance. Please regularly visit our website And please check your emails, your voicemail, and mobile app for news, resources, and information. And please also continue reaching out to your school staff if your student needs support either academically or emotionally. Thank you so much for your attention this evening, and thank you for your continued partnership. Stay safe, and this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. At this time, I will call on Director Venkatachalam for the legislative update.
Pardon me. Thank you, President Daniels. So I want to begin by saying today is the 17th day of our legislative session, and there are a number of education bills on the in committee at this point, number of them in the House and the Senate. And so I just wanted to touch on what we had talked about earlier, that is some of our legislative priorities. That currently there's a bill that's being entertained, and hearings are also happening, public hearings. So the first one I just wanted to touch on was Senate Bill 5128 concerning our student transportation funding during a local, state, or national emergency. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. is a public hearing in the Senate Committee on Ways and Means. And this is a bill that was sponsored by Senators Wellman and Wilson. Really looking at the fact that COVID has changed the way we deliver education across the state, and transportation staff have delivered meals and learning materials and tech supports directly to our students' homes and neighborhoods. And without legislative action, many of our school districts will report a significant drop in traditional student ridership. So with this act, the legislature intends to temporarily suspend the rider eligibility criteria and ensure that there's an expanded list of qualifying transportation services so that all students can access the necessary supports. They're also going to provide this legislation is also going to provide a fixed level of funding to school districts based on student service data to ensure that the district has the resources they need to continue serving our students. So that, and I believe they're also looking at a mechanism for calculating the student transportation funding right after the COVID emergency, so that any temporary drops in student ridership doesn't impact future transportation allocations. So that was one of the bills. The other one was Representative Oral, when Dr. Watts and I met with our 33rd, 11th, and 47th reps. Representative Orwell talked about increasing language access in public schools, her bill HB 1153. And that is essentially establishing increasing language access in the public schools, and having a language access program for culturally responsive systemic family engagement. This was, as you know, one of our priorities to make sure that there is cultural relevant education, as well as professional training and opportunities for access. And so this fits very well with our priorities, and it is directing OSBI to implement a language access technical assistance program. It's also requiring WASDA to update a model policy and procedures for implementing the language access program. So there's going to be a work group that's convening, and they will report to the legislature by December 1st, 2021, with recommendations related to standards, training, testing, and credentialing for spoken and sign language interpreters for students, families. So this, that is the second one. And then the third one I took a look at was HB 1208, which is really modifying the Learning Assistance Program, what we call LAP. It's really intended to remove restrictions on the use of LAP funds so that the school districts can use these funds to identify and address student academic deficits and basic skills resulting from or exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic. And then finally, Representative Pat Sullivan has a House Bill 1266 concerning basic education salary review and rebase. This is really talking about looking at the prototypical funding model and also looking at the state salary allocations. Many educators of color serve on several of our committees, and they are not appropriately compensated. And so one of the things that they're looking at is establishing a K through 12 basic education compensation advisory committee to provide input on issues related to the salary rebase process, comparable wages, and impact of regionalization, and to really look at ways in which compensation policy can support equity and greater diversity in the educational workforce. So those are the four bills I wanted to point out. I have a whole list of education bills in the House and Senate if anyone's interested. And at this point, I will conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Vengadasulam. At this time, we will begin our proclamations, and I'm going to ask Vice President Bettinger to read the proclamation for National School Counseling Week.
Yes. Whereas school counselors are employed in public and private schools at all levels to help students reach their full potential, and whereas school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to career awareness and development, and whereas school counselors help parents or guardians focus on ways to further the educational, personal, and social growth of their children, and whereas school counselors in Washington are critical partners in the state's efforts at improving academic achievement of students and reducing dropout rates, and whereas school counselors are critical to the mission of our schools and actively align their programs with school and district improvement efforts, and whereas school counselors continue to collaborate with professional organizations, public and private educational stakeholders, and school officials to implement an OSPI-endorsed best practice framework to guide local districts. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaims February 1 through 5, 2021 as National School Counseling Week in the Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance. Signed this 27th day of January 2021 by the Board of Directors in the Kent School District and Dr. Calvin J. Watts.
Thank you so much, Vice President Bettinger. At this time, we're on to our agenda item 6.0, items for discussion and approval. And I believe as we begin item 6.01, we have comments that are specific to that. Is that right, Ms. Hallie?
Yes, President Daniels. I believe Melissa Laramie is going to be reading those.
Okay.
Yes, President Daniels, I'm happy to read those. I would like to ask for grace and apologize in advance if I mispronounce any names. It's not intentional.
Thank you, Ms. Laramie.
The first comment I have is from Rachel Allen. The comment reads, based on the overwhelming amount of public comments on the boundary analysis and final report recommendations at the last board meeting, we hope that there is a reconsideration of some of the key areas of concern before any approval or boundary changes move forward. Proposed boundary revisions in certain areas do not maximize students' learning. Please relook at the boundaries for the Carriagewood neighborhood. We are deeply concerned that the new boundaries involve children in our neighborhood, Carriagewood, being rerouted to Meeker Middle School. Why send our children to a middle school that is a further distance away and expected to be over capacity, Having one middle school significantly under capacity and another over capacity lays the foundation for inequity in student-teacher ratios in the classroom and impacts the quality of learning. If the goal is to have the elementary schools consistently feed into the same middle school, please revisit the boundaries for the elementary school of the Carriagewood neighborhood. There's significant concerns about moving sixth graders up to middle school for their learning and success. This is a concern in light of the pandemic, but is a concern regardless. Please hold on moving sixth graders up to middle school for now and use the time to make a data-driven decision regarding whether moving sixth graders up to middle school would best support their learning. Please make revisions before final decisions are made about boundary changes so that the commitment to the dual language program can be honored. Thank you for your consideration. Tanya Aliment. I am writing as a deeply concerned parent of a special needs child who will be going into sixth grade this next school year. I'm extremely concerned and opposed to the idea of the upcoming sixth graders being moved to middle school. I firmly believe that it would be detrimental on several levels. First, it would be a huge transition simply going back to in-person school at the school the kids are already familiar with. I know that for my son, at least, he has been completely disconnected and disengaged this entire school year. He has regressed on several levels. Now imagine a new school, new kids, more kids, new school staff, new halls, multiple classrooms in an unfamiliar setting. My child is on the spectrum, however, I would feel the same way if he wasn't. I do not believe this is the right move and definitely not the right time. This year has been hard enough on these kids. Please do not add this enormous weight to their little shoulders. It has already been too much. Please put the kids first. Put them ahead of any inconvenience this boundary change may relieve. Please do not do this. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, a very concerned parent. Jason Blue. Dear KSD election members, I have read the school boundary final report from MGT Consulting, and as the father of 2 KSD students, I am very concerned by the proposed solutions. The proposed solutions will overcrowd multiple schools while vacant space is available at neighboring schools. Currently, the majority of Carriage Crest Elementary students feed into Northwood Middle School. The proposed boundary changes move all Carriage Crest students to Meeker Middle School, overcrowding Meeker to over 116% capacity while leaving Northwood Middle School at only 80% capacity. Furthermore, when evaluating the proposals for the high schools, Kent Lake High School will be under 62% capacity while all other high schools will be over capacity. I encourage you to look at the spreadsheet numbers provided on page 206 of the report and request percentages be added to the spreadsheet to highlight not only the overcapacity schools, but also the underutilized schools represented in these proposed changes. The proposed changes will drive higher costs to mitigate the overcrowding versus using the existing infrastructure left unused at undercapacity schools. The overcrowding will decrease the quality of learning due to the teacher-student ratio and or lack of appropriate classroom space. Additionally, the overcrowding will diminish students' access to equipment, technology, cafeteria, and athletic spaces. I am requesting you to reject the current proposal and reevaluate the boundary lines based on capacity. If given the opportunity, I would suggest Carriage Crest Elementary feed into Northwood Middle School or consider moving the Carriagewood neighborhood boundary to be within Ridgewood Elementary, which feeds Northwood Middle School. Both Ridgewood and Northwood schools are far less crowded, 80% capacity, and both are much closer locations for my kids and our neighbors. Thank you for your time, Jason Blue. Sarah Brenkus. January 27th, 2021, dear Kent School Board members and Dr. Watts. Hello, my name is Sarah Brenkus, a parent to a current 6th grade student at Carriage Crest Elementary and a KSD guest teacher. I am writing today in reference to the MGT School Boundary Report dated January 8th, 2021. The proposed changes to shifting all of Carriage Crest students to Meeker doesn't make sense for our Carriagewood neighborhood. If one of the main goals is to keep all students from one elementary school together, please reevaluate our neighborhood's boundaries and return us to Ridgewood, our closest elementary school. Northwood is 1.6 miles and Meeker is 3 miles from our home, nearly double the distance. Meeker would require an increase in transportation time. One of the main goals of doing the boundary adjustments is to correct overcrowding. Only 4 of the 7 middle schools are scheduled to be under capacity. Meeker's utilization rate is the worst at 116%, 134 students over, while Northwood is the best at 80% utilization rates, 184 students under. Of the 7 findings in the report, at least 4 are positively affected with the changing of our neighborhood boundaries. Finding 2, school feeder alignment. Finding 3, overcapacity. Finding 5, moving 6th grade to middle school. Finding 6, balancing enrollment. On page 12 of the final report, there were 9 key points listed from leadership interviews. Of these 9 points, balancing enrollment, better feeder pattern alignment, maintaining neighborhoods and subdivisions in same attendance boundaries, keeping transportation distance at a minimum, 6th grade moving to middle school, and eliminating hard capacity transfers would be improved by shifting our elementary school boundary to Ridgewood. It would help alleviate some of Meeker's overcrowding and potential hard capacity transfers and lower our students' transportation distance. I want to thank the 3 board members who took the time to talk to parents in our neighborhood and understand our concerns. I've attended the meetings and thought exchange, but there has been no format for community members and families to ask questions and receive answers. Starting a new boundary change with a middle school nearly 20% over capacity is not equitable, especially when a nearby middle school is significantly underutilized. Ridgewood's utilization rate is 79%, leaving room from our neighborhood, for our neighborhood. The boundaries should be re-examined for our Carriagewood neighborhood to return us to our closest elementary, Ridgewood, and middle schools, Northwood. Please re-examine and make modifications to balance enrollment at all middle and high schools as well as elementary schools. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. Sincerely, Sarah Brink. Mariah Brooks. I don't think 6th graders should be moved to middle school. 6th graders are not ready, especially after remote learning, to be merged in with older kids and more classes. Bobby Gown. I urge you to please reconsider the boundary changes, especially changing Carriage Crest as a feeder school from Northwood to Meeker. Currently, we live about 10 minutes walking distance to Northwood. Changing the boundaries so Carriage Crest feeds into Meeker would make my children have about a 30-minute bus ride instead of a 10-minute walk. Perhaps a more equitable solution would be to provide more access to resources at more schools, i.e. high cap, SEL, dual language, health and wellness centers, etc. So families are able to access these programs at their neighborhood schools. By providing access to resources at their neighborhood schools, families are less likely to try to transfer their children and youth across the district. Ken Hansen. 12 years ago, my wife and I selected KSD as the place to provide our son with a great opportunity to accelerate his future in both education and sports. We settled in a neighborhood with kids his age, a short walk to middle school and even high school. Life plans made, and for an active child, potentially a storybook life. In our son's senior year of high school, all that has changed. And with the decision for allowing outdoor sports hanging in the balance, You have the opportunity to allow the story to continue or force the book to close. There's many examples where outdoor sports are successful with caution and COVID-19 protocols adherence, and appears our neighboring school districts have been able to adapt. So why can't Kent? If its metrics can explain the student demographic portion, if it's spectators based, can the sport be broadcast? I recently checked and the Kent area is not an island or a boat, so please don't cut the bridge, sink the boat, or close the books for student athletes. Let us play KSD, Ken Hansen. I think that one was miscategorized. I apologize. Chuck Hurt. Thank you for your service to the Kent community during these difficult times. I am writing to again address the proposed new boundaries for the 2021-22 school year. I urge the board to vote no on the proposed changes and commit to creating a new phased-in plan that addresses modest changes to elementary boundaries, allowing the new elementary school to open in the fall and to then take next school year to plan for a more comprehensive boundary change that addresses the long list of community concerns that have been brought forward. I have personally met with one board member and had two-way email communication with two others to express the following concerns. One, there is no cost projection included with the report. From the board agenda, that is evident that costs will only be determined following board approval. This logic seems backwards. Why would the board be willing to commit to a new boundary plan without fully grasping the cost impact? This is especially concerning heading into next school year without knowing the impact of the state budget, the recession, and actual enrollment for next year. It would be prudent to wait until next school year to move forward with planning for new boundaries with this information in hand. Two, more importantly, the social, emotional, and mental health of our students. Shifting sixth graders to middle school next year will place a district-supported hardship on their well-being. I have heard some say that there is never a good time for a sixth grade transition to middle school. While that may be true, there is clearly a wrong time to transition sixth graders to middle school, and it would be during a global pandemic that has robbed them of a year of in-person learning. To support the well-being of our students, vote no on the proposed boundary plan and keep sixth graders at elementary school next year so they can stay with a staff that knows them and can nurture them during this time of great need. Middle school proposed projections versus capacity. In my communication with 3 board members, not one has been able to justify the inequity between middle schools and their projected enrollment versus building capacity. As a former middle school teacher, I know how critical these years are for students, and overcrowded buildings really matter. The board should vote no on the proposal and address middle school projected enrollment through a new plan. Thank you. I hope we have a new plan in the future that more fully engages our community and supports the needs of all students. Amanda Crone. As both a teacher and a parent at Carriage Crest Elementary, I urge the board to vote to approve the boundary proposal on the agenda tonight. This is an imperfect step toward greater overall equality in our district. It is equitable that my daughter rides a bus 3 miles to Meeker versus attending Northwood, which is closer, so that a student from Daniel Elementary doesn't have to ride a bus 7 miles to Meeker, but instead gets to attend a more neighborhood school for them. While the proposal addresses much of the overcrowding issues at the elementary level, it is unfortunately only a Band-Aid fix at a district level. I hope that in the future there can be a plan to address the overcrowding issues at the middle school level that was not addressed in this plan. Throughout the district, from Meeker to Mill Creek, our students and teachers deserve a plan that better utilizes the capacity of our buildings to eliminate overcrowding as much as possible. Dual Language is an amazing program that our district invested in about 7 years ago. My daughter is My daughter truly identifies as a Spanish speaker because of this enrichment program at Carriage Crest. It is my understanding that Scenic Hill will no longer feed into Mill Creek, where the middle school program is held. Will I have the means to navigate the system for a transfer and transport my student to Mill Creek if I choose to send her there, which we are considering? Not every family does. A program like this means more than a second language to many of our students. It is an opportunity for greater success. Please find ways to support all of our students having the opportunity to access this program in middle school and beyond. Finally, I urge that you vote to approve this tonight and not delay. As a special education teacher, I want to prepare my students for this transition as soon as possible. I'm sure my general education 5th grade teacher peers would agree. This is already a hard time to make this move amidst remote schooling and a pandemic. My own 5th grader is apprehensive but excited. Pushing this off further will only complicate this issue. I hope you will see what needs to be done in this boundary proposal, a much needed move towards boundary equality in our district. Additional steps will need to be taken to address the issues that remain and continue down the path toward the type of equality we are truly looking for all students here in Kent. Thank you for your time and dedication to our district. Carla Lance. Please consider exemptions for boundary students that are in the middle school and high school. Putting students in secondary schools based on their elementary school when students have been on a different boundary path doesn't make any sense. Allow older students to continue on their designated path if they want. Amy Latinsky. As a parent of a 5th grader and 2nd grader at Carriage Crest Elementary, I am writing to share my concerns about 2 elements of the proposed boundary changes. My first concern is moving the current 5th graders into middle school next year, when they are socially, emotionally, and academically at a disadvantage from a year without being among their peers at school. While I generally think 6th graders do better in elementary school overall, and I am basing this on the full picture of child development and not only on academics, I think next year is the worst year to move them ahead to such a challenging environment. They could use another year to prepare for such a big transition. In addition, my 5th grader is part of the dual language program, which is one of the highlights of our experience in the Kent School District. Moving her to middle school a year early denies her a year of dual language learning, as lack of transportation and extra distance to the Mill Creek Middle School option for dual language is a limiting factor for us. The loss of dual language a year early is a huge blow to us, as we greatly value the huge opportunity for cultural awareness and language acquisition this affords our entire family. My second concern is about Carriage Crest in particular, and its move towards sending kids to Meeker Middle School instead of Northwood, where they currently go. For my neighborhood, it's considerably further to transport kids to Meeker. Meeker is going to be overpopulated with this move, while Northwood would remain under capacity. It's a move from a closer underpopulated school to a further overpopulated one. I do not value keeping my kids with their cohort as much as I value keeping them closer and in smaller class sizes. This will become especially important to my family and others in my neighborhood who plan to pursue extracurricular activities, who will need to provide transportation to and from school. The extra distance to Meeker means that my children will be able to participate in less of these enriching before and after school activities. Thank you for your consideration. Respectfully, Amy Latinsky. Christy Loganville. I live in the Carriage Wood neighborhood, and my children attend Carriage Crest Elementary, 5th grade, and kindergarten. I have huge concerns about the proposed boundary changes, as well as moving 6th graders to middle school. I understand that boundary changes are needed, but the current proposal is not equitable and it is extremely rushed. This current proposal shifts our kids from feeding into Northwood Middle School to Meeker. Northwood is less than 1 mile from where we live and is under capacity, and Meeker is much further away for us and is over capacity. I feel that class size is very important to children and their learning, Children do so much better in small classes and struggle in larger ones. Not to mention we are in a pandemic, and when kids go back to school, smaller class sizes will be key. Possible solutions are: 1, keep the Carriagewood neighborhood at Carriage Crest, but allow the entire school to feed into Northwood under capacity, or move the Carriagewood neighborhood to attend Ridgewood Elementary, very close, not overcrowded, and was our original elementary, and then Carriagewood would feed into Northwood under capacity. Also, if 6th graders need to move up to middle school, doing so during a pandemic is not the right time. My 5th grader has been learning from home since he was in 4th grade. He and his peers are not prepared academically, socially, and emotionally to move to middle school yet. Missing out on so many in-person social interactions key to his social and emotional development this year has impacted his ability to move into the more mature social interactions that middle school will demand of him. Not to mention, I understand there's a special curriculum for 5th graders that prepares them for middle school in other districts, and our 5th graders have not been given this curriculum. While I generally think students benefit from another year of elementary school, next year is the worst possible year to consider this upward move for them. Give them another year to catch up before asking so much of them. I beg you to put the well-being of these kids first. I completely understand some changes are necessary for the district, but this proposal is rushed, inequitable, and specifically impacts our neighborhood of Carriagewood in a negative way. Why would you change our middle school from a close under capacity school? There has not been enough time for sufficient communication with the community and parents. Many schools and parents are being blindsided by these proposed changes and should be allowed to give feedback. Randy Loganville. President Daniels, this is the same comment as I just read, word for word. Would you like me to read it, or may I move on?
No, please move on.
Okay, thank you. Rose McAvoy. KSD school board members and Superintendent Watts, I beg you to delay implementing the proposed boundary changes. The board has repeatedly stated beginning this process in fall of 2019, but it was not brought to the attention of most families in the district until the fall of 2020, when it came as a shock for many students and parents who have been struggling to find their way under the constraints of the pandemic. Please give students a year to resume their learning in the classroom before making this change. Yes, they are resilient, but why force more upheaval when it can wait a year? Use the time to be transparent about how the changes will be implemented, something that is lacking from the current communications. Please address the following before voting. What is the plan for the current 6th grade staff? How will students in the dual language program be equitably accommodated by the changes to the school assignments? What social emotional support will be put in place to help 5th graders transitioning to middle school? Overcrowding is a real issue, but so is the stress students are experiencing in this unprecedented time. Again, I beg you to delay implementing these changes for a year, allow students to return to the classroom, and provide a transparent plan for how these changes will be managed. Margarita Morfin. I would like to express my inconformity based on the new boundaries changes proposed. The way we all from Carriage would need to move to Meeker School that will be overloaded and not staying in Northwood. It's way closer and more convenient for our kids and family. Not happy with this decision, proposed change, and I know our community members don't approve this change as well. So I would really appreciate if you could reconsider this. Thank you. Sean Nelson. In regards to the boundary proposal, we recommend that KSD board members vote no. Unfortunately, the timing is not favorable to make major shifts in education, such as moving sixth graders into middle school. The year after a pandemic, teachers and parents have not had opportunity to evaluate and prepare them for this change. The pandemic has been a shock to the system in so many ways, and we do not know how kids will readjust, especially elementary kids. This proposal should be paused for at least 1 year and improved upon. Children have not benefited from in-person learning since March 2020, and there is no clarity of dates when return to school and sports will actually happen based upon KSD public communication. In other words, there is no clear path forward by the district. Children have had to endure a magnitude of changes within their daily lives, and this would stack another major change for an entire grade of kids. And for some families, their kids would be moved from a different school. Put yourselves in the seats of children. Would you favor these changes? We have discussed with our children, and what they want is simply to go back to school so that they can be with their friends and learn in person. We recommend that the board members weigh the immediate needs of KSD in 2021. Focus on the well-being of all kids in the learning environment. We have heard that many more kids are failing classes. How can KSD foster better educational learning at this time? Further, we live in Carriagewood, and this proposal shifts our kids from Northwood to Meeker Middle School. We previously had our kids shifted from Ridgewood Elementary to Carriage Crest. We have felt as if our kids are pawns to be traded at will via KSD boundary changes. This has not been a positive experience for us. The proposal needs to be reevaluated and adjustments made to improve boundaries, including reevaluating the elementary feeder schools. It has been brought up numerous times that these changes create overcapacity of students in some schools while leaving other schools under capacity. There have been hundreds of comments by parents who have taken their time to read the boundary proposal and have pointed out numerous issues, including some that will lose dual language opportunities. All in all, the proposal should not be passed in its current form. Thank you for your consideration. Kevin Tom. I am extremely concerned with the proposal to move sixth graders up to middle school right now. This recommendation is poorly timed. Not only are we in the middle of a pandemic, but our kids have not been in school for almost an entire year. As of now, there are no plans to even get our kids back into the classroom this school year. That will be 1.5 years our kids have missed being in the classroom. My fifth grader has not been in school since mid-fourth grade. The proposal to send these kids off to middle school with no preparation is a big mistake. This will be very detrimental to our kids. Not only are they not prepared for the rigor or the expectations of middle school, 3 out of 7 of the middle schools are proposed to be over their capacities. Meeker is slated to be almost 150 kids over their capacity. This does not make any sense when the neighboring middle school, Northwood, is slated to be almost 200 kids under capacity. Normally, when kids are in sixth grade, they spend their entire year preparing for middle school and learning what the expectations are. These kids not only have not been in a classroom in the past year, they have received no preparation. These kids are simply not ready, and neither is KSD. KSD does not have a plan and does not have time to get this pulled together properly. We are in the middle of a pandemic. We should be helping our kids and families right now and planning for their safe return to school this year. This has all been rushed with no two-way communication. Parents ranked moving sixth graders up to middle school dead last, but yet KSD is still trying to force this on everyone. There have been no meetings for people to get questions answered in a live format, nothing but more presentations of the same information or email replies stating thank you for your comments, but still no answers or explanations. Please do not accept this poorly timed proposal. We should not be sending our sixth graders off to middle school in overcrowded schools with no preparation. This is not fair to these kids to set them up for failure. Please vote to delay moving sixth graders up until the following school year. This will give the current fifth graders the opportunity to be properly prepared for this big adjustment. What should be done right now is to adjust boundaries around the new elementary school so that it is utilized and move up the 6th graders and make other modifications the following year. Thank you. Nancy Tom. I'm very disappointed to see this final proposal is just shifting kids from overcrowded elementary schools to overcrowded middle schools. It's not making any sense that this boundary adjustment is proposing for schools to still be over capacity. The whole idea is to adjust elementary boundary lines so that the middle schools, so that the middle schools have balanced enrollments that are less than or close to their capacities. Why is the proposal being put forth with Meeker Middle School being almost 20% over its capacity? This is unacceptable and inequitable. 3 out of 7 middle schools are proposed to be over their building capacities. This is inequitable and unsafe to our students and teachers. This proposal is incomplete at best. We are physically closer to Ridgewood than we are to Carriage Crest. It is now being proposed that all of Carriage Crest feed to Meeker. What is the reasoning behind not adjusting the elementary boundary back? This would help relieve the middle school overcrowding. With 6th graders moving up to middle school, there is room in both Ridgewood and Fairwood. Why is this not being modified? All of Carriage Crest has always fed into Northwood, except for one neighborhood, Boulevard Lane. It has always been like this. It's inequitable to now force the entire Carriage Crest school into Meeker to be over capacity by 150 kids. It makes more sense to feed all of Carriage Crest to Northwood since it's proposed to be 200 kids under capacity. This would balance the numbers to be more equitable to both of those middle schools. It's been suggested we can put in transfer. How does it make sense to change our boundary school to an overcrowded school and then suggest we request a transfer to a school with room? This makes 0 sense. I've been asking questions, but all I receive are emails saying thank you for your concerns. No answers, no explanations, no two-way communication. I am very concerned with all of this being rushed through with no two-way communication and in the middle of a pandemic. Why is there no KSD Citizens Boundary Committee? This has always been done with past boundary adjustments. Why is this being forced through? This is a rush without any of the financial implications being presented to the board and the community. Please do not accept this ill thought out proposal without sitting back down and making modifications to even out the enrollment at all middle and high schools. This is the only equitable way to move forward. Please do not just accept what was presented. It is incomplete and not well thought out. There are so many issues that need to be resolved before moving forward. Megan Carter. Good evening, Kent School Board. I'm writing again to express my concern over the timing of the proposed boundary changes, specifically the plan to move 6th graders to middle school. I'm very concerned that these changes are being planned to take place on the heels of a global pandemic when our students have not been in the classroom since March of 2020. Reintegrating into school buildings will be challenging on its own. Adding additional changes will only lead to more trauma for some of our most vulnerable students. I have repeatedly asked what the plan will be to support 6th graders as they are thrown into the middle school without any preparation. No answers have been provided regarding the implementation of this change, and that is very concerning. There has also been no meaningful two-way communication with parents, students, or staff regarding these changes. The surveys and community sessions did not provide this at all. You have not given parents an opportunity to get their questions answered. I'm also very concerned that the board does not even have the final boundary proposal until the evening of the vote. It is unacceptable to not take the time to thoroughly review any changes and get any additional questions answered. I fully understand that these are needed changes, but the timing could not be worse. Even though this process started before the pandemic, we need to make decisions based on the world we live in now, not where we were when the review began. It is irresponsible to ignore what we have all been through in the last year. Finally, I will leave you with the response my 5th grader gave me when I told him this was being considered. He said, "Mom, they can't do that. We haven't even been at school in a year. It's not right. Don't they know what has happened with COVID? Please don't let them do this. We need to get back to school normally before they can change everything." My 11-year-old boy, who often has struggled and requires support for his special needs, was visibly upset by the thought of making these changes at this time. Please vote no on this boundary proposal until these kids have had a bit of normalcy again and until there is a solid plan on how these changes will be implemented. Please carry out your promise of two-way communication with the community. Approving this proposal will harm the most vulnerable students, the very students you should be working to protect. Sarah Cassidy. I agree that 6th grade should be moved, but not for this upcoming year. Students have been through so much. Uprooting them from friends and a comfortable, safe school environment would add additional stress. They are undoubtedly behind in some areas. I believe having them with one teacher for all subjects will better identify where those deficiencies may be. This year's 5th graders will ultimately have lost a year and a half of normal elementary socialization and growth. Give them an opportunity to catch back up so they are better prepared for the big changes that occur when transitioning to middle school. These children do not deserve extra challenges and stress when they have dealt with so much. Thank you. Daniel Latinsky. Dear KSD board members, this is my 2nd letter to the board. Again, I am writing as a family medicine physician and as a father of 2 elementary school age daughters. My aim is to share my fears and concerns and offer some possible solutions. I see 2 main objectives with the current MGT proposal: to correct overcrowding at the elementary level and to increase equity and diversity at all parts of the district. To reach these objectives, MGT suggests 2 main solutions: redrawing the boundaries to spread equity and moving up 6th graders to middle school to fix overcrowding. First, moving the 6th graders does not solve the overcrowding problem. It simply shifts the burden from the elementary level to the junior high level, and this change does nothing to help the equity and diversity disparities. Putting socially and emotionally underprepared 6th graders into the challenging middle school environment is medically unwise. With more abundant peer pressure, increased responsibilities, and fewer adult supporters, this decision is fraught with peril. I foresee dangerous health risks, specifically emotionally, socially, mentally, and physically, for all the children in the district. Are we really setting up our kids for future success by making this change at this time? Our district is very unique with this incredible amount of diversity. Do we need to be structured like the other surrounding districts? If so, why? We are different than they are. Let's create what's best for us. Just because Seattle and Bellevue schools have 6th graders in middle school doesn't mean we need to do it. Elementary school is a safer and more sheltered environment, excuse me, to nurture and develop our children. If your child recently immigrated and didn't speak any English, wouldn't you want them to get the extra TLC that elementary school provides for as long as possible? These redrawn boundaries also do not address the overcrowding problems. If you're keeping score, both fixes don't actually fix things. What if instead of burdening middle schools, we redrew the boundaries at the elementary level and then made a comprehensive, organized, aligned feeder pattern throughout the whole district? Start at the bottom and work upwards. Sorry, excuse me. Don't start in the middle. If we accept these redrawn boundaries, I'm so sorry, just excuse me one moment. Why would you willingly get rid of don't start in the middle. If we accept these redrawn boundaries, then Kent is effectively killing off the dual language program. Why would you willingly get rid of a great program that fosters and expounds diversity? That seems contrary to the board's stated goals. Lastly, for the good of the district, it seems unwise to overwhelm Meeker Middle School while underutilizing the high-performing Northwood Middle School. Please vote no. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Daniel Latinsky, MD. Michael McAvoy. While the proposed changes are well-intentioned, this is not the right time to implement them. COVID-19 has placed many burdens on the students, teachers, staff, and parents over the last year, and these are not at all resolved. The transition to distance learning has not been smooth, with factors including basic online access, adapting curriculum, but also the loss of social interaction and the separation of school and home environments. The quality of education has suffered as a result, and I fear many students are being left behind. Reacclimating to school will require a similar transition for everyone. For students, this will be a drastic change to their routines and the expectations placed upon them. And for many, there will be a lot of catching up to do. Teachers and staff have a heavy workload. Implementing the boundary changes at the same time will place an additional and unnecessary strain upon the impacted students. When they find themselves in an unfamiliar school surrounded by unfamiliar faces, as the parent of a fifth grader, I'm especially concerned that so many will be plunged into a middle school environment with little time to prepare. And at the same time, the staff will have twice the usual new students to support. I urge the board to delay implementation of any boundary changes until a year after students have returned to the classroom. Stephen Pettit. I understand the need for equity and balance in the schools. The proposed boundary changes will have my children move from a school where they are excelling, bypassing 2 other schools, and have them being placed in a school that is rated one of the worst, not only in the district, but the state. These moves make absolutely no sense, are not fair to our children, and do not promote quality education. These changes need to be looked at through a different lens and evaluated on a deeper level before any implementation. Christy Welsh. Please make sure you take this opportunity to move the 6th graders to middle school. I very strongly feel that the vast majority of them are ready physically, mentally, and emotionally for the next level of expectations and responsibility that comes with the middle school schedule rotation. 6th graders do not belong with younger students anymore. Immediate access to a wealth of information they have now has brought maturity to lower ages. Their interests and topics of conversation are not what 5- and 6-year-olds need to be exposed to. So please, I ask as an educated teacher, nurse, and parent, move the 6th graders to middle school. Thank you. Shuying Zhu. Dear board members, I want to first thank Leslie, Michelle, and Maya for taking the time to meet with our Carriage Wood neighborhood parents. Unfortunately, we strongly disagree with the proposal that all the kids who attend Carriage Crest should automatically feed into Meeker Middle School. Our Carriage Wood neighborhood is less than a mile away from Northwood, while Meeker is 3.5 miles away from us. Long and unnecessary bus rides overall are not conducive to a good educational experience. In addition, under the current proposal, Meeker would be overutilized at 116%, while Northwood would be under capacity at only 80%. In general, overcrowding in a school creates an unsafe environment and makes teaching and learning more difficult. Many scientific studies have shown that overcrowded classrooms result in poor students academic performances, and higher dropout rates over time. Also, schools with too little space may not be able to maintain specially equipped rooms such as science labs, as these spaces need to be flexible for teaching multiple subjects. Dear board members, overcrowded classrooms in Meeker are preventable if the children in the Carriagewood neighborhood stay with Northwood. Respectfully, Chu Ying Zhu. That completes the comments.
Thank you, Ms. Larmy. That's much appreciated. All right, so I would call for a motion on agenda item 6.01. Everyone's muted except Maya, I believe.
Sorry.
So we need to have a motion so we can discuss it.
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay.
I just lost my.
Oh, it's okay. It's agenda item 6.01, the boundary analysis final report recommendations.
Yeah. Okay, I make a motion that we approve with the discussion on 6.01 boundary proposal.
I second it.
All right, it has been moved and approved. Discussion.
There was no time for my question, so I'm hoping that now is the appropriate time. So where we left off is I asked the superintendent about whether this proposal would require additional outsourcing. And so my comment, and he said, no, he feels confident that the district could do it, because my concern, if it would require additional outsourcing, so it's just a quick comment, it would be simple to have MGT take on the project management of implementing this, but it wouldn't be easy because I looked at the contract with MGT, and it only allows for the boundary and not for the implementation of the boundary. So that would require another RFP and more time, because there are many companies around the US that provide, project management, etc. So for our policy and to avoid any potential sole source purchasing, my comment on that is, I'm glad to hear that Dr. Watts said he thinks all of this could be implemented in-house and would not require another RFP to project manage the implementation of that. So then to my questions, I have asked this a couple times, and so I would like some clarity. On page 7, the KSD project manager is mentioned. Who is that person specifically?
First of all, and I appreciate your question, I just want to make sure I clarify. If I recall correctly, I did say that I do believe and confident that we as a school district can manage the existing proposal. However, I did note that should there be a need, that we may obviously rely upon the what I would call the additional strengths of MGT. As far as the project manager, since we have begun conversations with MGT, our Chief Officer of School Operations and Academic Support, Mr. Israel Vela, has been the primary contact with MGT. However, our entire team has been in conversation and worked very closely with all involved.
Okay. So then to go back to your first comment, just to clarify, so if we would require the services of MGT again to adjust boundaries, that falls within the contract, but to assist with any of the implementation, as I understand it, it would require another RFP to request services that would fall under that umbrella of implementation.
Because that would depend the degree of support that we would need. So as I mentioned, depending on the extent of whatever challenges or what I would call changes that may need to be made in this process, But as you know, the plan itself, I can't speak to every nuance of the more than 200-page report. But again, I'll certainly rely upon our team, and I know that Mr. Vela has had additional conversations. If you'd like to chime in, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Watson. As Dr. Watts mentioned, I have been facilitating to this point the meetings and that we've facilitated together with all community leads in order to reach this point. We've had conversations about next steps, and the next steps wouldn't be put in place until which time a decision was made, and tonight is that night. And as those decisions are made, would give us that opportunity to be more specific on, as Dr. Watts mentioned, what are those specific needs that we would need to have potentially additional support from a project management standpoint. So to summarize, there have been some pieces we in the communities have been doing. You heard today during the work session. Example was, I know for school operations and academic support, discussing the pieces all around boundary and potential policy and procedure revisions in particular as needed. And I know in human resources, our team has been meeting on possible projections for enrollment and staffing, just to name a few. Those are all and would be a part of the next steps that we would either work together and continue to work together as a team and seek additional support depending on those gaps.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. And actually, thank you also. I said it earlier and I repeat that. I really appreciate all the information that we were given. So, so I spent hours looking at this report, and then I looked at our capital facilities plan, and I looked at our last financial reports to compare. I was trying to compare the tables that appear twice in the MGT final report, which we are voting upon tonight, and table 5A in the capital facilities plan, and then the enrollments that appear in our financial report. So in our final boundary report, the capacity for the middle schools and the high schools match the capital facilities plan, but table 5A in the capital facilities plan, it indicates that we have 13,000 permanent spots, for students in our elementary schools. Plus, this year we were projected to use 1,248 portables. But the capital facility plan also reads that the district has permanent program capacity to house 27,310 students and transitional portable capacity to house 2,085 students. So again, I'm trying to understand why in some aspects the MGT report matches our capital facilities plan, and in some places it appears to differ.
I'll let our MGT partners speak to the report specifically, and then after Mr. Tanner is done, I'll have Dave Buzzard speak to that.
Thank you, Israel. We received the capacity numbers from the district. So, I mean, those were part of the data that we asked for, was those capacity numbers.
Yes, that was correct. Dr. Vice President, am I still muted?
No.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that is correct. And then what we did on the capital facilities report, we can also ask Ben Rarick. Those numbers are actually pulled from finance on the CFP, the capital facilities plan that you are reading from 5A. I would say that there were any adjustment that would have been made through there would have been either an enrollment or de-enrollment at that point in time between the two reports. Again, the projection on the CFP, the Capital Facilities Plan from 2020, 6 years out, did the resides, also did what was the school capacity at each time. But when MGT got to the point of taking the boundary and setting each boundary for each school, each pathway, those numbers would have changed or would have been very close to numbers depending on resides versus program versus actual capacity versus enrollment. And
Okay.
Rob, I think you could actually come back to that if you need to.
Yeah, I that's probably unnecessary because I understand the difference between resides, and actually more what I'm asking about is that table in the capital facilities plan that shows our assets, our fixed seats and our portables, and like I said, those fixed seats, that capacity for fixed seats in the capital facilities plan, it matches the final boundary report, and but for elementary schools it doesn't. It's less. In the final boundary report, it shows less fixed seats available in elementary than what the capital facilities plan shows as fixed seats for capacity. So that's my wondering, and I understand if that isn't available right now, but it's, I'm trying to make sense of some of this, and my brain wants to look at the numbers and trying to make sense. So I will move on because we've been here a long time. Okay. Page 11, the MGT found that the programs aren't equitably distributed geographically within the district. But then again, when I look at the plan and hearing the public comment, when we talk about the students at Scenic Hill and their dual language, I'm afraid that there's a potential we're effectively redlining those students. So I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing, because also the secondary schools that are over capacity are more diverse schools. So please help me figure out what I'm missing on how this plan improves the equitable distribution of programs within the district. Because I feel like I'm missing something.
Well, I think just because most of your programs were in elementary school, and we talked to elementary school principals, and there was some, well, not just talking to the principals, but also when you look at the maps of where those programs are, some of the educational programs were put in the district based upon where there was space and not where the needs of the students are. Specifically, some of the inclusive ed was brought up that some of the physically disabled students, or even some of them that have sensory issues, had long bus rides. And the reason is because that program was put in that elementary school because that is where there was space available. So by creating space in the elementary schools, that's going to allow you, as you look to, that was one of the things we put in the report, is that after this step comes, evaluating where your programs are and moving them around to where the students, where the need is versus where the space is. So I guess the short answer is by creating that space in elementary schools, now you have more places that you can have programs that are closer to the students that need them.
Thank you. Great. I guess let me skip down to this one. Based on the timeline that I saw in the plan, which was kind of a shock to me because it's a long story, but I never saw it in our weekly updates that this full boundary was proposed until after the RFP came through in July. But based on the timeline that appears twice in the report, it took 10 months of work in-house and meetings to create the RFP, and then and then once RFP was approved, it's taken 5 months. So it's 15 months from start to finish. And then to echo some of the comments I've heard from parents, we are expecting fifth graders to catch up and get all that learning that they need to help them succeed in middle school in, between February and middle of June. And so I have questions about that social emotional learning. So how are we going to implement this plan to protect our fifth graders? I saw also earlier at the board work session that I made a note that now fifth graders would also have to have the COGAT test in fifth grade. And so question one is, are fifth graders prepared to take the COGAT test? And are they ready to start any preparation for middle school when the semester starts on February 1st?
From a curricular standpoint, I'll ask our Chief Learning Officer, Ms. West, could share thoughts and conversations I know that we've had recently.
Yeah, so one of the things that in our planning process, and as soon as the boundary work initially started, our middle school principals rallied together and pulled together their high-level ideas of what they saw as ready moves to kind of help support this transition. And subsequently, our team has been working weekly as large groups, actually working through our project plan, putting together a project plan to outline the specific task that we need to accelerate to be ready for a go live date before the end of the school year. And we also have a more comprehensive project plan that we're in the process of developing that really maps out what it looks like for that first year and subsequent years as well. So in terms of the curriculum pieces, what the shifts that would need to be made, there's some areas where there'll be some heavy lifts for sure, but there are also some ideas that we've explored that will make this transition easier and smoother, not only for our staff, but to also help our students bridge that gap from moving from fifth grade, or we could say fourth grade in person, fifth grade, and into sixth grade in the following year. And some of those conversations have included how do we build in specific opportunities in their daily schedule that might allow in their course offerings, some specific opportunities to support transition and to help foster those social emotional needs that we know our students will need. With our tentative curriculum adoption schedule, what we'll really be doing is making some shifts. And ironically, or by design, our 3-6 curriculum areas for middle school, 3-6 for ELA and Spanish language arts, in addition to the work that we've been engaged in previously, just preparing for rollout and implementation of the new social studies standards. That work is already happening. We may have to accelerate that timeline in order to make some adjustments to be ready for school to open in the fall. So we have been aggressively planning. We have large group meetings, and then there's smaller groups of our curriculum leads in TNL that are digging into this work. And I'm not sure if that answers your question, but if there's any other context I can provide, please let me know.
Yeah, it answers. And by the way, I really appreciated your project plan that you sent. That was really helpful. That was, yes. Okay, where am I? Sorry, I have a lot of questions. Let me see. I'm cutting some out. And so then finding 3 recommends a comprehensive facilities master plan, and if approved, and then finding 4 also says that we should conduct a review of educational programs and their accessibility to students. And again, we're being asked tonight not only to approve this plan as a whole, we're also being asked to approve the implementation. So on those findings 3 and 4, is that work going to be done in-house? Or is that work intended to be outsourced?
So if I understand your question correctly, you mentioned in the current plan, there's a master facilities plan, is that correct?
It's recommending that we conduct a comprehensive facilities master plan, and it's also recommending that we conduct a review of educational programs and their accessibility to students to create the strategic and proper distribution plan into feeder strands. So that work seems very massive. And so my question is this, is that prepared to be done in-house and implemented by the start of the next school year?
So let's start with the first one. That's the master plan. I'll let Dave Buzzard speak to that and what our plan is for that.
Thank you, Iz. Yes, Vice President Bettinger, the master facilities plan that they speak of, every bond issue that we are given, like the 2002 bond issue, 2006, 2016, we hold back funding in our administration budget to do a 6-year study and survey of the entire district. We've had the same architect do this over the last course of a decade or so. And this would be a great time to have MGT foster along beside them. That's what we've spoke about. And having them, since they have already been here, they have walked through our schools, they're helping us with the boundary and facilitating all the items that we have talked about over the last few months. We have that in our capital budget to be able to pay for that facilities master plan.
Okay, so just to be clear, we just last year in 2019, you presented a full 6-year facilities master plan to the board. So this would be a new master plan.
So every year we present to the board a capital facilities plan,
yep.
a CFP. So that's
Mhm.
every year for 6 years.
Yep.
A master facilities plan is taking projections over the next 5 to 10 years, seeing where we are currently with our bonds, levies, what we propose that we would like to do, and go out to the community and ask, do we need another elementary school? Do we need another middle school? What projects can we do to facilitate equitable stance in our students across the district? That's what the facility master plan is: education, programming, things of that nature that just all tie together. They come and do an educational specification at each one of our buildings to allow us not only the site and survey, which is the facility side of it, per seat, per student, but then the master plan going forward of this is what we recommend you do due to the volume or non-volume of enrollment and program.
Okay, so this sounds like another, and you say you have money set aside for MGT, but this sounds like another separate brand new project. So this would require an RFP, and it would require, so we avoid any sole source purchasing, because there's other companies in the nation, I'm sure, that also help with this work. So I'm now up to 2 potential RFPs for additional work from MGT.
And just to be clear, the RFP for ours, if we as in the capital side, we already have the architect that we do the study and survey. They sometimes will hire someone to do that, or we can do that ourselves. But if not, we definitely can put an RFP out on the street to have that work done.
Okay. So again, the feeder plan. So KSD, so when we approve this, KSD is going to do an in-house review of the educational programs and the feeder plans.
One of the things that we shared earlier is that, and I believe it was Mr. Tanner that shared, we should always be reviewing what our adjustments that may need to be made even after a boundary decision is made. And I think that's what Mr. Buzzard is talking about, is that we now need to look forward to not only new buildings, but what about modernization of buildings? How do our buildings currently look? So, and that would allow us and inform us and what to move forward to for bonds, et cetera. And so, yeah, there's lots still to do. It's not just about approving the boundary now. It's really looking at and revising as we move forward, both for program purposes and facilities.
Yeah,
And
and then we
includes
have
transportation as well.
right, and we have a policy too that we look at our boundaries and things like that every year anyway. So I've already looked at that policy. I've looked at our policies, and again, so some of the findings on finding 6, it the further adjusts the elementary schools for under and over capacity enrollment. I wasn't quite clear whether those numbers on that finding 6, pages 38 to 43, accounted for assuming 6th graders would be in middle or accounting for current.
Yeah, I'll let Mr. Tanner speak to that.
Sorry, I couldn't find my mute button. Let me turn to that page really quick, so I can make sure that I'm looking at so you said 36.
38 to finding 6, page 38 to 43. Finding recommends furthering adjusting elementary schools for under and over capacity enrollment, and that's my paraphrasing. So the numbers on that page, I wasn't clear if that was taking into account that we had already approved to move 6 to middle or not.
No, those are pre-K through 6th grade.
Okay, thank you.
Because when we did that, we weren't taking for granted that might not happen.
Okay. I appreciate that. And I think that is all my questions there. Thank you for answering all my questions. I appreciate it. And again, I thank you, everybody. There were some excellent reports that came through from the weekly update from Dr. Watts. So I appreciated all that very much.
All right. Other questions from other directors?
Okay.
No.
Forgive me, it takes me a while to get to that mute button. Just an overarching issue, and Dr. Watts and I have talked about this, and I brought this forward, is what bothers me the most about this. I mean, I think there's a lot of good ideas in here and a lot of things that I do think were well thought out, but the vote tonight for all our board members is all or nothing on this boundary. And once we release that vote, we kind of totally release the vote. And I've heard so many, I've heard from the community, I think they really are in favor of this 6th graders moving up eventually. And I think the staff and the teachers and the administration are all in favor of that. I think the overarching thing is the timing on that. It seems to be such a problem. And adding another, brick to pandemic, virtual, perhaps going back, perhaps not, perhaps kids, being out of school for so long. It adds a lot of weight and pressure and stress. I really did appreciate the detailed reports, as I mentioned in the work session, that came through on Dr. Watts's weekly updates and all of the different variations of real detail that I've been searching for some time. But to try to absorb all that in a couple of days has been a lot for me. And I would have liked to have seen that further down the road, and I think our community might have. It seems like overall that the boundaries in dealing with the community, even though there have been, I applaud our communication department, the surveys and thought exchange and all of these different units of communication. There have been a lot of them. My phone has been tinging and everything, and I see it on Twitter and I see it on social media, and all of that is good. But I feel that talking one-on-one with a lot of the parents and even the students that I asked at Grass Lake out here where I live, they wanted and are seeking for the one-on-one communication where they're talking in person. And I do think that was kind of brought up by Director Van Gosselen and Vice President Bettinger and myself, that we wanted to see kind of some town halls early on. I do realize we had the 3 community conversations. I was on all 3, and I kind of thought it was just a presentation instead of a real two-way communication. So I just have some reservations that I'd like to see us possibly work at this as in waves. And this vote doesn't really allow me to work at this in waves, get it perfected and move on. So I just want to make those comments tonight. Thank you.
I'd like to also add some similar comments. I agree with Director Hamada that the fact that it's all packaged in one, it's very difficult, although I can, given all the information that we've received and the thoughtful ways our middle school principals in particular had detailed the preparedness and the readiness to receive our the 5th graders into middle schools. I do feel that our district would do everything in its power to get us to a point where our children will be educated and cared for properly. My concern is, well, a couple of things. I know Dr. Harmon said there's 2.5 million reserved for the whole boundary and set aside, and I'm not very clear about what that means. But one of the things that's been on my mind from the beginning has been the fact that when Mr. Rarick went through our budgeting process, he had a slide at the end that talked about unknown risk factors. And thinking about legislative work and what is about to happen, we don't have any certainty that there's not going to be reduced funding to school districts. We don't have any certainty that we're not going to lose any more students to online schools. So I have concerns about long-term impacts, which I don't know if it's been fully computed, into our consideration to approve this. And so I agree with Director Hamada and with many public constituents who have said that they're very much in support of this report, but is this the right time? So that is also my concern, is that budgetarily, I'm not there yet. Programmatically, I think we can make it work. I do feel our district will be sensitive to some of the concerns regarding dual language. Even the carriage road families, I feel like it's not practical, but the transfer process could address that particular issue. But I think the overwhelming concern for me is that I don't know enough regarding staffing. And staffing, I feel like, is going to be something that we can't depend on long-term to be the same and to be funded as much as we may or we may not get funded this year. We may have 2.5 million, but these are long-term decisions, and I don't feel like we have enough information to make a decision like this during a pandemic and an associated economic downturn, as Director Rarick had mentioned. during our budget presentation. So that's all I had to add. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, and I do appreciate everybody for all their work on this.
Yeah. So my thoughts, I agree with the everything in a package. So I had asked if, well, what if could we separate the boundary shift from moving sixth grade to middle school and possibly having the two outcomes presented to see what the impact would be. I too have some concerns about our students not being in school in this shift, in particular after I've seen the data with grades and such like that. I also have heard from lots of community members. I did not get to meet with people because just to be clear, they didn't ask me to meet with them. So it wasn't because I was not available. I just didn't get asked. So, however, I do. I am comfortable with the boundary shift. It's the middle school part that I am struggling with. So at this particular time, I agree. I think it would be a lot right now. And so I feel as though if we could possibly, again, see the impact of separating them out, see the impact of if we do move sixth grade to middle, and if we don't, but still with the boundary change, and I hadn't seen that yet. So that's kind of where I stand on it as well.
Mm-hmm. And for my final comments, I appreciate all that my colleagues have said, because that was going to be my question to my colleagues is, again, what am I missing? Because I have similar concerns to Director Vinganaslam about the budget. I heard Dr. Harmon say 2.5 would be for some one-time fixed costs, but again, staffing and the costs related to, we have an old middle school that this is contingent upon that being ready to go. And, we all know old buildings, you can maybe run into concern. And then just beyond that, I just don't feel confident that the timing is right to fulfill the mission, our mission of equity, and making sure that that's included in what we vote on, or excellence. Like I said before, I have real concerns about fifth graders having just a few months to try and catch up and take the COGAT and all that. And I have complete confidence in our middle school principals, and I really do appreciate the information they presented. So I agree with that. And then community, that was one piece that we've heard repeatedly. People, even those meetings that were had, the 3 meetings, if you typed in a question and it didn't get on the screen, nobody even saw that you had that question. And so that effective two-way communication. So, and again, I have every ounce of faith in our staff, but, Dr. Watts did say, there might be issues with their capacity to get all of this done in that compressed time frame. And, so again, I appreciate my colleagues, because I was going to ask you if I was missing something with this and the compressed timeline, 15 months to plan and then essentially 7 months to implement. It's hard.
Is there any more discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 6.01, the boundary analysis final report, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye. All those opposed, say no. Raise your right hand and say no.
No.
Any abstentions? Okay, the motion is not passed. All right, on to agenda item number 6.02, resolution 1599, surplus property west of Covington Elementary. Can I get a motion?
I move that we approve 6.02, resolution number 1599, surplus property west of Covington Elementary.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, is there any discussion?
I didn't vote to approve the first piece of this, so don't be surprised if I vote the same again.
All right. End discussion. Okay, all those in favor of resolution 1599, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, raise your right hand and say no.
Nope.
Motion carries. On to agenda item 6.03, the change order approval for Kent Meridian window replacement. Is there a motion?
I make a motion, we approve 6.03 change order approval, KM window replacement.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, discussion. Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 6.03, please raise your right hand and say aye.
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 All those opposed, raise your right hand and say no. The motion carries. On to agenda item 6.04, the second reading and approval for policy 3211, gender inclusive schools, formerly transgender schools. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve 6.04 second reading and approval policy 3211, gender inclusive schools, formerly transgender students.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, raise your right hand and say no. Motion carries. On to agenda item 6.05, the second reading and approval for policy 3413, student immunization and life-threatening health conditions. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve second reading and approval for policy 3413, student immunization and life-threatening health conditions.
I second.
All right, that has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please raise your right hand and say no. Motion carries. All right, on to 6.06, the second reading and approval of policy 6114, gifts, donations, and memorials. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve second reading and approval policy 6114, gifts, donations, and memorials.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving agenda item 6.06, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
All those opposed, raise your right hand and say no. Motion carries. We are on to our consent agenda. Are there any items that any board director would like to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, can I get a motion?
I
make-
move that we, oh, I'll let you go.
Make a motion that we approve consent agenda 7.01 to 7.08.
Is there a second?
I
I
second.
second.
Or any discussion? People are tired, I guess. Is there any discussion?
No, I'm tired.
No.
All right. I will call for the vote. If all those in favor of approving consent agenda items 7.01 through 7.08, please indicate by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed, raise your right hand and say no. The motion carries. On to agenda item number 8, which is informational. And this is basically just the procedures that go with the policy, the second reading policies, and there's something on there about the microcomputers. Is there anything anyone has a question about?
I do, just on the microcomputer systems. That's a huge jump. And so I'm just questioning why it's not going to the board for approval.
So the board approved the initial estimate of expenses based on prior history, what we typically expend to repair. And this extension was necessary to cover the cost of wear and tear based on kind of some COVID realities. So for example, our elementary schoolers don't typically bring laptops home. And so after March, they were bringing those home, and all students have had their laptops with them or their devices with them since last March. So a lot of the things that we do during the summer, when we bring the devices back and students turn them in to get cleaned, to get repaired, to get checked, have not happened. And we've seen an increase in that. In the board report last week, I think I wrote about and provided the by level where those repairs were happening, and they are mostly in elementary school. And because it wasn't extension approved, we just thought it would be informational. However, if need be, because it's a necessary cost to repair them, but if need be, we can bring that back to the board. The others that we're using are additional kind of COVID funding to cover some of these repairs, not general fund dollars.
Yeah, I thank you for that. I appreciate it. And personally, I know this is a vote, but personally, yes, if it's not going to be using emergency dollars, because I know we do have some provisions for emergencies, but if any of this is not going to be using those emergency dollars, I would want to see that for a vote.
Any other discussion on an agenda item?
I just wanted to mention that I think looking at that on the report were all the computers that we have out there, and $43 average computer.
Right.
I mean, in my own home, nobody walks even in the door or on the phone to help me for $43. So I thought, pretty good bang for our buck.
Yes.
Yes, and all in, it's not, when you break it down by individual device, it's not very expensive, but when you see that large amount, that is why I wanted to write about it and discuss it, because it is quite a shift.
And I thought that was an excellent example. It really helped me visualize, and thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we are on to agenda item 9, final communication from the audience. I believe we have a couple of more comments. Is that right, Ms. Halley?
Yes, President Daniels. We have a comment from Sherry Pennington. And she says, I do not need to speak, but lend my support to the student athletes who organized the change.org petition in the 2 p.m. rally at district headquarters today. I respectfully request the Kent School District reconsider their position on athletics and activities for all schools as you review options for reentry into school. Where athletics and activities can be done safely, it's in the students' best interest to provide these activities as soon as possible. Not all sports are equal in risk assessment and training needed to be safe. Throwing a football player on the field without sufficient training increases the risk of injury. A golfer, however, can train and stay active with very low risk of injury or COVID transmission. Other districts are implementing small group training safely. COVID testing is free, accessible, and results are fast, 24-hour turnaround. If the coaches are willing to coach, what value is there in blocking athletics? We, parents and students, want to remain healthy and want teachers and coaches to remain healthy as well. I am sure there are some coaches who are not able to participate due to health concerns, whether self or family. We honor and support those coaches for being able to make the right decisions for their personal needs. I am sure each sport has others, teachers or coaches, who can step in until vaccines are available. The mental health impact, isolation, depression, substance abuse, of being away from school and school activities are tremendous and should be considered. The total loss of activity since March 2020 has created a dramatic state of isolation. Ask teachers, coaches, guidance counselors. They are interacting daily with students. Ask parents and students. We are all struggling through this. Where it can be done safely, we parents and leaders have a duty to support the next generation. Surveys have been created to review boundaries and review options for return to in-person learning. If consensus is needed to make a decision, create a survey on non-academic school activities. Consensus is not required, only bravery is required. The next comment is from Brenda Peterson. And I am sorry, but part of this did not print. Let me read the next one. Tara Owens. Please reconsider your decision on athletics. Our student athletes and parents should be the ones who choose if we participate. Do not take this choice away from us. You have athletic directors in place for a reason. Let them do their job. ADs and coaches are ready. They have prepared a plan following all Washington State and WIAA guidelines to allow our athletes conditioning in small pods, outdoors 6 feet apart. Why would you not allow this? Outdoors and small groups is safer than indoors with large groups. This is a great system to start with and test getting students back together. If you do not allow this starting now, our student athletes will not have a season. NPSL will continue sports without KSD, as we are the only district not allowing our athletes to participate. Student athletes are motivated in the classroom because they know they are working for something, to be able to participate as a team. This motivation is what keeps grades up. Without sports, GPAs are dropping. Classroom participation is dropping. Do you know which teachers are actually reaching out to my student athlete to ask how he is? Coaches. No teacher has reached out to me or to my student and said, do you need anything? How are you? His coaches, who are also teachers, they care. They are reaching out, not because someone told them to, because of the relationship sports has helped them build with athletes. The district claims to value equity, equal access to quality staff, courses, activities, services, and resources based on their individual needs. You have taken equality out of this equation the minute you turned your back on students and told them no. A letter to Kate, and then there's a tiny URL with a letter to KSD referenced. So that is the end of that. I'm just quickly looking to see if I can find a clear copy of the previous one that actually no, I'm sorry, I don't see it. So if I do find it, I'll make sure it's included on the Board of Directors team site.
Thank you, Ms. Halley.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on to agenda item 9.02, board reports and discussion. Who would like to begin? Anyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just make it quick. Mine's pretty fast. So I just want to thank the Equity Council for reviewing the student diversity and inclusion survey. I found that really helpful to understand what our students are feeling. And I did have a question about one of the comments that we just heard. If we asked the students about going back to school, I thought that was a very good question, and perhaps we have in one of our surveys. I'm not sure, but I would be interested in hearing about that particular response, how they feel about going back to school. given our current climate. And then I also wanted to thank all the candidates who stepped up for the board positions. It's a huge commitment. It's a heavy lift, and I'm looking forward to the interviews. I appreciated people actually and decided to apply. And I also want, again, thank all staff, on Dr. Watson's staff, for providing us with some detailed information on a weekly basis. Very helpful. I know it's very time consuming, but it helps inform our decision making. And then finally, I appreciated families inviting me to discuss with them about their concerns, and all the people who call and email directly to express their concerns. And that is our job, to listen and make decisions based on not emotions, but facts. And so I appreciate the opportunity to hear from all of you. Thank you. Have a good night.
Dr. Hamada?
I'm going to do several shout outs tonight, and hopefully I'll be fast. But again, I'd like to echo that it was good to see, and shout out to all the applicants who applied to the open board positions, as this is a very important job for our community. And I'm looking forward to interviewing all the applicants that's going forward on February 2nd. And that's exciting to have a new board member. And I'd like to shout out to all the parents and stakeholders who took the time to share their thoughts and concerns with me through emails and in-person interviews. You make me a better board member by listening to you and your ideas. And a shout out to the PTA and the Kent Area Roundtable Council. I was at their meeting Monday, and they do fabulous things. And congrats to Park Orchard, because you finally reached the number of 25 members, so you can have a PTA. And just a little plug here, when I have the microphone, that they really want, in any of the changes going forward, that they will have a place to house their clothing bank and Cinderella project. They need some space. And so if we make changes, let's put that in our plans too going forward. And I know the value of that Kent Area Clothing Bank and the Cinderella project have helped a lot of kids and a lot of families. So it's necessary. Let's find them space. And a shout out to parents, coaches, and athletes who are just wanting so much to get back to normal and play. I'm the mother of 3 kids who are heavily involved in athletics and high levels, and I know how sports contributed to their becoming team players, collaborators, leaders, and healthy adults, and one that still coaches and runs in marathons. So to you, I see you and I hear you. Shout out to the excellent detail in the weekly reports. Again, I'm echoing that from our staff on the boundary information. And that's due to your leadership in getting that done, Dr. Watts, in detail. Final shout out to all the educators, staff, students, and parents for hanging in there with their studies and constantly adapting to change with a can-do attitude. One great example, our schools had to close because of power outages. So it was officially a no work day. Yet our staff stayed the course and got those meals out to kids who depend on them so much. So that's just terrific, the way they just can do. I wish to leave you with one final thought that I also shared at my last board report. Government institutions exist and are created for common good when a need arises. When we stop listening to them, which is our public, we fail. Thank you very much for hanging in there tonight, and I wish you all safety and good health. Good night.
Thank you. Director Bettinger, or Vice President Bettinger?
I know, it's okay. I also want to thank you to the Equity Council. I've been really digging into that report and plan to spend more time. I appreciate all your hard work, and also the Back to School Task Force. I know that there's a lot going on and you have a lot of work with the hybrid learning. And I also echo the sentiment. Thank you to the families and individuals that I spoke to regarding the boundary and the emails. And just to clarify, the Carriage Wood neighborhood families met with Director Vingadaslam, Director Hamada, and I at separate times. So it was how that went. And I wish they had invited you, President Daniels, because it was very, very engaging. I also always want to thank my colleagues for all the work they put in. It's a lot. And so I appreciate it. And I thank all the sports families. I'm a choir and drama mom, and I'm learning so much about sports. And I have asked my questions, and I feel like Dr. Watts covered those questions and clarified some of that back to school with sports. So I want to thank you, Dr. Watts, for addressing that in your comments. And just some old business as we move forward. You know, I am also getting excited to have a full slate on the board, and we're going to be interviewing candidates on February 2nd. So now more than ever, I just want to put a bug in the ear of my colleagues that we have Board Goal 2 to update our communication plan. We were supposed to, our goal was to get that done by the end of the 2020 calendar year. So I'm hoping that we can get that addressed once we have a new board director seated. And also, I got the opportunity to sit down with Dr. Watts and President Daniels early yesterday morning, and just wanted to put it out there too that after we seat this new board director, I'm anticipating we're going to have a team retreat. And so I'm going to be submitting a form to request a discussion, debate, and proposal to vote on our board protocol guidelines. We started that work in February 2020 and it never finished. So now I think is the best time once we seat a new board director. And also a discussion, debate, and creation of a proposal to vote on a shared understanding of how and when the board sets parameters or the vision for projects in the Kent School District. To that end, you know, I'm well aware that there's different schools of thought on that. That's why I think it might help our board to reach agreement through a vote and maybe put something in our protocol guidelines so we understand. Because, you know, some boards like to engage in the process one way, and it might be more of a trust process where the governing body has the administrative body do most of the work and the parameters are only set in the strategic plan. And other boards engage in this process where they specifically and explicitly set and vote upon parameters for large scale projects. So I look forward to robust discussion. You know, the Washington State School Directors Association kind of has an illustration for that. And it's the board being kind of in the crow's nest, setting the course, and the superintendent in the wheelhouse as captain steering the ship. And what's really come into clear focus for me, at least, is that, you know, with this boundary work and other items that have come up recently, you know, sometimes I feel like we haven't set any parameters, and I kind of, to use that ship analogy, I kind of feel like I'm, you know, down below with a leaky porthole, and I'm not seeing the full picture or asking the right questions to get full information. So I look forward to appointing. I look forward to that teamwork and strategy. And again, everyone who writes, I echo what Director Vengadaslam said, everyone who writes, everyone who calls, I appreciate so much. I learn and I listen, and you know, it helps me. Sometimes it may seem like the same comment comes to us over and over, but I take notes and I'm always writing, and different words pop out when I'm taking notes that might be new. So again, I thank all of you. I thank all our staff for all their hard work, and my colleagues also for their hard work. And I hope everyone has a lovely night.
Thank you, Vice President Bettinger. So I want to begin by thanking the staff. I know the work that you are doing is very difficult, time consuming, and it takes you away from your families at times. And so I just appreciate what you do. I appreciate the time that you dedicate to our students in our community. I also want to thank our teachers who are working hard, and I recognize that, and I know that our students are in good hands, and we're in challenging times. And I just thank you for stepping up and doing the best that you can as we navigate this. I want to thank the Martin Luther King celebration was wonderful, a virtual celebration. The music was wonderful. The students did an amazing job. It was just, as usual, an amazing experience. And so I was able to attend, and cannot say enough about the students, the voices, the images, all of those things I think were timely and appropriate. And so I really appreciate the time and effort that goes into putting on that production each year. So thank you for that. I also want to thank the PTA. I attended the meeting on Monday evening as well, and it's always good to go back. I've probably been a member of PTAs for 25 years or so, and so it's always good to get back in touch with people and some of the people who are doing amazing volunteer work for our kids. I also would like to thank those who sent in comments. Again, much appreciated. We have lots of different comments. All of them are not public comments. We get a lot of letters, and I always appreciate hearing student voice. It's very important. And so on that note, I was able to attend the rally today. I have a daughter, and she is an athlete, and she asked me to go to the rally, so I went. I stood in the back, so I didn't want to cause, I kind of stayed unseen. Yeah. So, but I was there supporting my daughter. I'm a parent first. And so I take that very seriously. And so I understand and I hear, and I know that we're working hard to try and do what's best for the students. And so I appreciated seeing all the students there, all the families there. When it's important to students, I always encourage them, use your voice. And so it's always good to see them do that. So I support that 100%. And also I want to thank the candidates who applied for the school board position as well. I look forward to getting to know more about you in our interviews, and if you're listening. And so with that, I will let everyone go home. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a wonderful evening and a safe night. Thank you. We're adjourned.